Hello, my tea stirrers, my coffee drinkers, and all that good stuff. Today, and for this last past Black History Month, with it, which is the shortest day of the year, I ask, is it necessary? Does it really matter? Do you feel that we need to promote Black history every day? And where does our Black history start and begin? Does it just start in America? Does our history start before America? How you doing, my foot soldier? Does it start just in America? We got brothers and sisters all over this continent that's got melanin in them. Are they our sisters and brothers? Are they our sisters and brothers? Well, cousins. Are they our cousins? Today we're gonna wait for some people to get in here. Then we're gonna do Black Wall Street. We are going to do Black Wall Street. Then we're gonna have an open panel, and then we're gonna have another video at the end. If we don't talk about where we came from, how we move forward, and if the conversations, that's gonna be on another one, is the conversation they had then, was it in vain? Did all the political talk, the roundtables, they're getting this talking about 50, 60 years ago, and we're still having the same conversations. We're gonna show, I'm gonna show you it's the same conversation. Why in 2020 we still have to prove our injustice? Why do we still have to prove what we went through as a people? Why do we still got to go back and forth with them trying to let us know, well, America is different now. You got doctors now, you got lawyers, and are we treated equal? And this is why you have a lot of people, soon as something happens to that person, they put it up on YouTube, or they put it up on Facebook, or they put it up on Instagram. They put it up in all these places just to keep reminding us nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. So if nothing has changed, that means we as a people hasn't changed. Their hatred for us haven't changed, and our behavior has not changed. All it has gotten was worse. Worse for the Black man. We have now became, we was always the joke. We were always a joke, and according to today, we still is a joke. When do we stop that? Hey, Red Queen, when do we acknowledge? We may call it ghetto, but there's a reason why some Black folks talk with that slang. That slang, it's a reason for that slang, because that was the tongue your mother spoke, your grandmother spoke, your great-grandmother spoke, before there was a thing called education, where we were not allowed to get education, or you couldn't afford to send your kids to school, or a lot of our grandparents and great-grandparents and going behind, a lot of them only have third grade level school. So why why do we call them ghetto and take them out the equation, and then we educated people don't try to pull them up? We'll sit there, we'll talk about our brothers and sisters or our cousins, we'll talk about them, we'll degrade them, even though you're doing the same thing that they're doing, just on a different level. But you never, it's like once we cross over, we don't look, we'll talk about, oh, we donated this to this organization, we donated that to that organization. But you don't never see them come back and do no real help in the community. And then they wonder why they get, so we always find ways to disrespect each other. If you're smart, you're disrespected. If you're dumb, you're disrespected. What do we do? What do we do? You can't say education is a way, because you got people that's in the hood that's living better than people with education. You can't say, well, they're destroying their people. Well, the educated ones are destroying their people too. They know what's going on behind them closed doors, and they do nothing and they say nothing. So you're just as bad as the person on the street corner. You sit in the meetings, you hear what they talk about. You know what, especially the people that's in the law. In the law, once you cross over, you see and hear a lot of stuff. So you just as bad as the person on the street corner. So again, what do we do? What can we do? Or should we just leave it the way it is? Without any further ado, well, hold on. I'm going to give it a couple of more minutes. And if you are watching the replay, you can always skip past this little waiting period and get straight to the show. And if you have not subscribed, please subscribe now to this channel. Help this channel grow. Help this channel grow. I would gladly appreciate that. And if you like to leave a comment below and hit that like button. And it's also an open panel. It's also an open panel. So at any point in time, come on up and speak how you feel. It's Black History Month, which we're supposed to have every single day. And I want to bring up stories that's not brought about. There's old interviews and stuff. I would like to bring that up. Okay, we're getting ready to start. We got, oh, hi, my bush babies. How you doing, my babies that's in the bushes? Hello to you. All right, we're going to start this off today.
Published a new book called Black Wall Street, based on true historical facts about a small, highly prosperous, and very sophisticated African-American community that existed in Tulsa, Oklahoma at the turn of the century. Presently, American history instills into the minds of the youth of all races that African Americans have no other history than that of slavery or civil rights.
Exactly.
This rich and very vital history of Black Wall Street will instill instant pride, multicultural awareness, improved self-esteem.
Guys, please remember, the sound is not coming from me. These are old videos. These are old videos. So you're going to hear a little buzzing in it, but beware, beware, beware. Just beware. If I can put my ears and I can still learn from it. You can still learn from it. It may not be crisp and clear, but think of 30, 35 years to almost 60 years ago. How was their technology?
And build a strong character in our youth. Another very significant point should be made. It is that when youths from other nationalities see the documented historical, economical achievements of these African Americans in Black Wall Street, they will inevitably begin to view them in another light, hopefully reducing the ugliness of racism so prevalent in society today.
In 1921, one of the most devastating massacres in U.S. history took place in Tulsa, Oklahoma. The 1921 Tulsa race riots. The black community of North Tulsa, called Black Wall Street, or as whites called it, Little Africa, was completely burned to the ground in a mere 12-hour period. Over 1,300 businesses and homes were destroyed and completely ruined. 10,000 people were left homeless in the night, and to this day, no one knows how many people actually died. Accounts range from 500 to 1,500 men, women, and children, both black and white. This senseless massacre of human life was very carefully covered up by high city officials. When Black Wall Street was destroyed, a major black economic movement that would have affected all black communities in America was crushed and completely halted. Black Wall Street was the most prosperous and most thriving black community in America during these times. It defined the word nepotism to its ultimate form. These highly organized blacks worked together in the same manner the Jews, Japanese, and Iranians work together in this day and time. Black Wall Street was so prosperous that white oil men would come across to the black community to borrow large sums of cash in order to keep their businesses afloat. This very powerful black movement would have had an effect on blacks all across America, socially and economically, but 3,000 card-carrying Klansmen would not allow that to happen.
What you're about to witness will astound you. It will most likely affect you very deeply, no matter what race, creed, or color you are. And just maybe, this film will make us all take a second look at our fellow man and not hate him or her because of the color of their skin.
This is an actual account of the worst race riot in United States history. It's not a pretty story, and it's not being told for its shock value or to reopen old wounds. This material is presented because it happened 70 years ago to another generation whose story is pertinent to this contemporary generation. The true facts were completely covered up and kept from the American public. The date was June the 2nd, 1921. The place, Tulsa, Oklahoma. After the bombing, the Tulsa World headline read, "Dead, estimated at 100, city quiet." One of the bloodiest race riots in the nation's non-military history had begun. The spark for the tender was ignited on Monday, May 30th, 1921. Here's the story.
I know a place that was sure to go.
Y'all gonna have to just watch the pictures. I do not feel like getting hit with no copyright strike. Oh goodness, why they always do this to me? Why they always do this to me? Why? It's basically about the pictures. These are true pictures of what's going on. Look at that. I had to mute it because the copyright strikes is for real.
Designed to divide the city's north from the south side of Tulsa. Blacks were forced to remain on the north side, and whites enjoyed their separatism on the south side. Laws were passed to make sure that whites and blacks remained separated.
From coast to coast, from hate, discrimination, arrogance, and those were probably the underlying reasons. They manifested themselves in organizations like the Ku Klux Klan. But you can't blame the riot on one or two or three specific incidents. The environment is what caused it. You have to keep in mind that in 1921, the majority of the Oklahoma legislature were Klansmen. Almost every city and county official in Tulsa County, Oklahoma, was elected with either support of the Klan or they were Klansmen themselves. In those days, the Klan would have parades in downtown Tulsa, wearing their white sheets and their pointy little hats that fit their pointy little heads, that would last 4 to 5 hours in length. Now visualize the number of people that were involved in a parade that would last 4 to 5 hours. And all these people came from Tulsa. When you have a parade in Tulsa, a lot of people come in from other counties. But you also have to remember that 1925, there were 5 million card-carrying Ku Klux Klansmen in this country. So what was going on in Tulsa was probably the same thing that was going on in an awful lot of other cities. And if the riot hadn't happened in Tulsa, it probably would have happened someplace else.
I can imagine.
The difference between Tulsa and some other city is that we know how bad it got and where we've gone since then has been a mark of our progress.
As I sit here, I wonder, with blacks fighting for equal rights and integration in other parts of the United States at that time, was it really a good idea for blacks living in Greenwood to integrate?
Nope.
And what happened by 1921 was not so much what happened on the black side, but what happened on the white side of the city.
What happened?
Because you had a lot of veterans coming back from Belleau Wood and Chateau Thierry and the Argonne Forest, and they couldn't find jobs. And a lot of these were white, uneducated, lower economic class folks.
You see how he make it about them, right?
And when they came back to Tulsa, the Klan milked that resentment that they held for those black prosperous businessmen. And the Klan did the same to them that the Nazis did in Germany in 1933. As a matter of fact, it's kind of interesting. You can make an analogy here that is historically profound. We had a microcosmic experience with the Nazis. The Nazis in Germany in 1933 blamed the Jews, and they persecuted the Jews, and they segregated the Jews, and they created ghettos for the Jews. And that's how they built their power, but they built their power on the disenfranchised and the disenchanted Germans. Well, the Nazis took over an entire country. The Ku Klux Klan, in this case, largely took over an entire city. And for that matter, to some degree, the entire state and maybe the region of the country in which they were strong. But they played on the hate and the fear and the envy and the jealousy of many of these whites who had felt that the country owed them something because they had fought in World War I. And here you have blacks who possibly didn't fight in World War I and were very prosperous. And you have the seeds for that kind of conflict economically. Now, socially, you had a different situation. Oklahoma is a very unique state in the sense that it's the only state in the Union that was settled the way it was. This was Indian territory. It wasn't even a southern state in the Civil War. For that matter, it wasn't even a northern state. It was a state that was fought over by both sides. In fact, there were 69 battles fought in Oklahoma, largely between northern and southern Indians. But when the state was settled, it was settled by land runs. Benjamin Harrison opened up chunks of the state, and people just ran over this land and plotted out their portions. Now, why is that significant in terms of the right? It's significant because an awful lot of those folks that made those land runs were Southerners whose farms and lands and plantations had been burned by Sherman and the Union Army when they went through the South. They had no homes left, so they came west. And when they made those land runs, they brought in Southern culture with them. As a result, what you have here in Oklahoma is a microcosm of the United States. The northern half of the state is more metropolitan, in fact, politically, more Republican. The northern half of the state was settled by farmers from Kansas, which was largely Union territory. The southern half of the state was largely settled by folks from the South, Louisiana, Arkansas, Texas. And the state pretty much splits that way in terms of politics and economics and social development. But when you add that extra economic jealousy and envy to it, the Ku Klux Klan had a breeding ground. And that's the reason they were able to hold parades that lasted 4 to 5 hours at a shot. There were an awful lot of people that were more than willing to hate blacks because they represented something they wished they had. Little Africa was possibly the most prosperous area that blacks have ever collectively developed any place in the world.
Oklahoma was regarded as one of the cleanest states in the nation and cherished its reputation as being called God's country, or the Bible Belt of America. Nothing could be further from the truth.
Well, as I first stated, my husband predicted this that Sunday night at church. Them days we had BTU. They about cut them out now. We don't have BTU. But he made a public statement and told them that this was going to happen. But we didn't know. We hadn't seen no sign. But after church and after we went home, several men, young men and stuff, you know, they get all shook up and everything. We had a good, dear policeman at that time, we called him Bonnie Cleveland, Uncle Bonnie. He was down there trying to corral them because the trouble was arising, and we didn't even know that, with this black man and this white woman. And they down there showing out down to police station and all, and he was riding this big old horse, and he was telling them, you know, it wasn't gonna be none of that. But they had guns and everything, and some of them come clear out as far as Lavender Street. That's where we live. And running by there, men, get your guns. Get your guns. Get your guns.
A very nice feeling to see, to live in a role model community. In other words, you could see people doing on every level that looked like you, so you could set your sights anywhere that you wanted, and you felt secure. I don't really remember seeing any other cultural group except Native Americans and Mexicans.
Right.
I don't ever remember seeing them.
You didn't have much interaction with whites then?
No, absolutely not.
All right, but your dad did.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I saw them at the store. When they went to the store.
All right, and so they would come to the store to sell product. then.
Right.
And so that was the extent of pretty much what you had to do with the white community.
No.
Did the folks ever talk about the problems that existed?
Well, my mother did talk about religion sometimes because my mother had been brought up in the Episcopalian church.
Mm-hmm.
And when she came to Muskogee to teach, she was told that she could come to church, but she couldn't commune. And that was outrageous to her because she had been born in Brownsville, Texas, and they allowed her to commune there.
Sure.
So she immediately joined the African Methodist Episcopal Church, which was all black.
Mm-hmm.
And we knew that because Mother had told us about that incident. So we knew there was friction somewhere, but we never experienced it.
Mm-hmm.
There were people working in the neighborhood. There was a brickyard right across the street from us. There were many whites that worked in the brickyard across from our home.
Right.
But there were milkmen who drove drays, you know, with a horse and so forth and so on. There were firemen who were white.
Yep.
If there was a fire, they came put it out. Of course, they didn't have what they have now to put fires out with. So we saw them, and there was a little train that came in there, Sand Springs train that came every day. Those fellows were white, but there wasn't any friction that we knew of. I'm sure things happened, but they didn't happen to us.
What you see here is the very famous Mount Zion Baptist Church, a congregation that survived the 1921 riots and managed to rebuild on the exact same location where it was bombed and completely destroyed exactly 70 years ago.
In 1921, a man's word was his bond. You measured the masculinity of a man by how much he kept his word. The congregation of the Mount Zion Baptist Church sticks in my mind because the year before the riot, the black congregation took out a 20-year mortgage and built this brand new church. And the Klan burned it to the ground. But instead of running out on their mortgage, instead of telling the bank, you're just going to have to take your losses, that congregation took out another 20-year mortgage and paid off both mortgages simultaneously. That's character. There were other heroes too. Many of the whites in the southern part of the city had black employees, and those employees had become almost extensions of their family.
Yeah, okay.
In fact, a lot of Tulsans were raised by black domestic employees.
Duh.
And when the riot erupted, many of those families hid those blacks in their basement at great jeopardy to themselves, because if the Klan had ever found out that a white had hidden a black in their basement, the white family would have been persecuted, if not horsewhipped. Probably the two most singular heroes out of the riot was the Tulsa County Sheriff and the Tulsa County Black Deputy Sheriff. Willard McCullough was a Tulsa County sheriff at that time, and he was the only sheriff in the whole state that had black deputies.
Hey, Dr. Merrill.
His chief black deputy was Barney Cleaver. And you got to keep in mind, when that riot erupted around Tulsa County Courthouse, there weren't more than maybe a dozen deputies in that building. And Willard McCullough stood on the south steps of the Tulsa County Courthouse and told a mob of several thousand Ku Klux Klansmen who were heavily armed that he was not going to release Dick Rowland. Barney Cleaver stood on the north steps of the county courthouse and told the black crowd that they weren't going to release Dick Rowland. Well, you put yourself in the position of a white county sheriff in a southern state in 1921, facing several thousand Ku.
Dr. Mary, you are correct. You are correct, because his family, the two brothers, Charlie Wilson and his brother, they were born then. And they told, it was when this took place, you were not able to talk about it. If you spoke upon it, you were either killed or you were either jailed. So now, as time went by before the elders passed away, they gave their accounts of what happened. So we're going to let this play a little bit, and then I have to go to commentary because I don't want them to say I stole their content for myself. Don't forget, this is an open panel. This is an open panel. This is an open panel.
Ku Klux Klansmen, and you don't have more than maybe a dozen deputies to back you up. And Barney Cleaver's on the north side of the courthouse telling a black crowd the same thing. I don't know much about Barney Cleaver or Willard McCullough before or since then, but I can tell you this. On May 31st, 1921, they became, maybe earned the right to become world-class cops.
Sort of a happenstance. What happened was that my father owned a Mosler safe, and everything in the store was destroyed, but he was down there in the rubble one day, and he kicked the safe, and it seemed to be all right. So he worked the combination and opened it, and everything was intact. And because it was the only safe in the neighborhood that was that safe, a lot of people who lived by various means that weren't may not have even been legal used to bring their money to Pop to keep. So and they always put their name on a paper bag. And so he went around and gave everybody their money back. And they said, you don't mean that our money's still good. And there were quite a few people who had left their money with Dad in the safe. And then he had a little money in there of his own. And so that was okay. He had some bonds in there, and those were okay. And that's what he used to make a tour of the United States with Mr. Gregg, the Secretary of the Y. They went to black churches in Washington, St. Louis, places like that, to tell people what had happened, because the Scripps Howard newspapers had decided to keep it
They
quiet.
said that in
So they did get out there and tell the story.
Yeah, they did. Only
Click the link again, Dr. Mara.
Yep.
And
So it takes it till now to get this to people in general, to let them know
And at the
really
time,
what happened.
Scripps Howard and the Hearst newspapers were so powerful till they had people following Mr. Gregg and Dad when they went on the speaking tour. And I guess they probably would have done something to them, but they were clever enough to just read quotations. When they got to the place where they were describing all these dastardly things that had gone on, they would quote what somebody had written in a magazine or a newspaper instead of telling it as a first-person story. And so the FBI, or whatever preceded the FBI in those days, wasn't able to say they're inciting to riot because they were quoting from a paper.
Well, he told me, so we got to go.
And I said, no, I don't want to go. I don't want to go out there. He said, yeah, you got to go. See, remember, he had told the people he couldn't hardly get me out of the house. So I gave him a little argument about it, but I had to go. And I just had on my barefoot sandals and had a head bag on my head. And he said, let's go. We can't stay here. He said, we got to keep moving. So he got out there and he went to preaching to the people. See, we were very thickly settled in on both sides of the street. And all the houses was burnt down on my side, on this side and that side, but two houses, my house and another. All the rest of them was burnt down. See, all those little people, every chance they got, they would stick fire to the house. And all that fire was burning and folks was hollering, some of them were running. And my husband told them, said, don't run, said walk and stay out in the opening where they'll see you. And so when nobody gets shot.
No, what had happened to our father and our brother, you see, they still weren't turning.
When you went home,
no,
just the ladies,
yeah, just the children. And things were very much upset and disturbed. And the thing that bothered me the most was that I had seen them set fire to my doll clothes. And I thought that was the last straw. The doll clothes were hanging on the line because the lady that used to help us had washed all the clothes. My grandmother was a fine seamstress and she had made the doll all kinds of good things. And then to see them take a torch and set them on fire on the line.
So sad.
Yeah, it was. I mean, children, cherish their possessions. And a child who's never seen any hatred.
Yep, right.
The Klan was extraordinarily powerful in Tulsa in 1921, but then again, it was extraordinarily powerful throughout Oklahoma. As a matter of fact, during the 20s, Oklahoma impeached and convicted two governors, allegedly, of course, for other charges, but it was an open secret that one of the principal reasons they got impeached and convicted was that they were anti-Klan. Majority of the Oklahoma legislature were either Klansmen or supported by the Klan. But then Oklahoma was not unusual. States all across the country had that kind of influence on them. But in Tulsa County itself, there was a rather unique situation that developed. In the late teens, the Glencoe oil field was roaring.
After he finished, we're going to do commentary.
Tulsa County. An awful lot of money poured into this city. And the whites, who were the big oil men, lived on the east side of the Arkansas River. The roughnecks who worked the rigs lived on the west side. Well, there wasn't enough housing on the west side, so a lot of the roughnecks would come over to the east side and live in rooming houses on 12-hour shifts.
That's what they said.
People said that was due to the housing
Came in
shortage.
late, Dr. Mary, but you're right. You're 100% right.
Working cycle of a roughneck on a rig. Because roughnecks work 12-hour shifts on rigs. The point here is that a lot of the money that poured into Tulsa, that helped build Tulsa into the beautiful city it became, was also poured into the Ku Klux Klan. And the Klan became extraordinarily well financed. With that sound financing that they received from those oil men who were sympathetic to the Klan and who were, in fact, effectively manipulating the lower white economic classes to their own benefit, the Klan in Tulsa had a lot of money to do a lot of things that other Klan claverns didn't have that kind of support to do. For example, they had a building, a headquarters here in Tulsa. It was called Beano Hall. Now, what did Beano stand for? It stood for Beano Jew, Beano nigger, Beano Catholic. I think it's ironic that Beano Hall eventually evolved into a pig barn. There were not only lynchings, but there were other forms of persecution. The Ku Klux Klan was real big on providing character guidance, attitude adjustment, and behavior modification on anybody they disagreed with.
Oh, I got one on the White House.
Not only including
I got one
blacks,
from Washington
but,
too. That'll
whites
probably be
who
tomorrow.
they regarded as violating their standards. It wasn't uncommon for a white person, for example, who might have been going out on his wife, to be hauled out of his house one night and tied to a tree and flogged by men dressed in sheets. Many blacks, however, were lynched. They were lynched by such organizations as not only the Ku Klux Klan, but the Knights of the White Camellia. There were all kinds of super secret little organizations that were self-appointed vigilantes. As a matter of fact, the Justice Department itself created the American Protective League during World War I and made it function under the FBI, which at that time was not the FBI we know today. It was a politicized FBI. But the American Protective League was largely an organization of volunteer civilian white men designed to ferret out any individuals of Germanic descent in Tulsa County and watch them to see if they conducted any espionage or pro-Kaiser activities during World War I. The American Protective League was formally disbanded after World War I, but that will give you an idea of the kind of mentality that existed then. But to address your question, yes, there were lynchings. And to give you an example, several weeks before the Tulsa riot, in Wagner, which is a small town east of Tulsa, a black man had been arrested on a minor charge and incarcerated in the Wagner County Jail. And that night, the sheriff, or the guard or deputy, whoever was responsible for the jail, conveniently went out to get a sandwich, just as a crowd of people dressed in white robes entered the jail, took the man out, put a noose around his neck, wrapped the other end of the rope around the bumper of a Model T Ford and dragged him down the middle of Wagner Main Street. And that sort of thing didn't just happen in Oklahoma. That sort of thing happened across the country. And there were many lynchings before the riot. And I'm sorry to say there were many lynchings after the riot. But there weren't any lynchings in Tulsa County after the riot that I'm aware of.
That my mother had.
Now, I know we all heard of the story. I just wanted you to hear it from them. And being that this is supposed to be quote unquote Black History Month, which it should be done every day. We're gonna have on this channel we made our own Black History Month. So Mother Star, being that you were here first, would you like to give some commentary on the video that you're watching? Mother Star?
Yes, I'm in. Am I? Yes, I am in. Am I visible and audible?
You are good to go, baby.
Am I visible? Okay.
Yes.
Because let me explain something as we go in case there's a lot of interference. This particular little device is a tiny cell phone. It has its limitations. And one of its limitations is me. I don't know a thing about this.
No, you've been good. It's been good. It's been good.
That you have an intelligence that deals with dummies like me. I have always had a staff. We're going back 55 years of a professional career for me. I started very early. And I have developed after the first 15 years or so to the point with my craft, my professions, several of them operating at one time, I had to have a staff. And in those days, we didn't have computers, typewriters, you know. And so I was able to hire people to take care of all of that stuff. There was no way I was going to operate at the level that I was, raise a family, children, great grandchildren, the daughter, you know, coming in, how the young girls have babies, they come home and mama raises them. I was one of those. Husband, housekeeping, schooling for the children, all kinds of cultural things, totally focused, and traveling the world. So I couldn't do all of that other stuff, a little basic, you know, secretarial stuff I could do, but all of that, I would hire someone to do it. So as we got into the technological age, I didn't worry myself with all of that because I was even more involved in what I had to do, signing contracts with major corporations of the arts and, you know, councils and so on. They would then have their staff would take care of all that for me. So what happened was later on, as this technology advanced, even my 3-year-old great-grandchildren were doing better than me. They wouldn't even let me touch their devices. So I said all that to say that I'm not all that savvy about it. Now, this particular cell phone, and not only that, I don't do live chats on anybody's platforms. Yours is the second ever in the history of my career that I've gone live on this kind of thing. Sister K Money of Spoken Words was the first.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah. So operate this thing. This is so new. I'm learning how to do that with you guys, and thank you for the lesson. But I'm picking it up fairly easily. But it might. This thing is so burnt out on my own that I had to run some of this material in between. That was a very good thing. So we didn't have a whole bunch of gaps. And we had the other beautiful sister, Mathis. I believe Sister Mathis is her name. So we had her as well. So all your bases were covered. But it might pop in and out, and it's been doing funny things all day. Too much charging while I'm talking to someone, which I did a lot yesterday.
Okay, she popped out. Dr. Amira, until she popped back in, can you give us some of your, from what we've seen so far, what are your comments on this video?
Yes, this has been happening throughout history, and it will continue to happen. It's just going to happen in different ways. However, these elders definitely do. What you say? I'm sorry.
That's her talking. I don't think she knows she got cut off. This happened yesterday.
Hold on.
We were still talking. She's not even back in yet. Well, go ahead, Dr. Amira, till she come back in. Your hero.
So this stuff will continue to happen throughout history and throughout the future. It's still happening as we notice. It's just a deeper cover up in some cases. In some cases, it's outright.
See what I mean?
Yes, we do.
I popped out again.
It could be where she's sitting at. It could be where she's sitting at. She gotta have to
come
find
right back in.
Go ahead, Dr. Amira.
Yes, about this film. Now give me that again. Yeah.
No, you can go ahead about this film. Mother Star.
Yes. What do you want to know about that?
What are your feelings on this Black Holocaust in America called Black Wall Street?
Oh, okay. Black Wall Street is not an unusual situation. And this we see to focus one thing and focus because it carried itself on for quite a while until they were forced to let all the slaves go. Galveston, Texas, that's why we have Juneteenth. They kept their slaves an extra year for an extra profit on the crop. Didn't even tell them that they were free. You know what I'm saying? So Black Wall Street is one of many. They were all over the United States, wherever they were free Black people. And we are intelligent enough to create something out of nothing. And so businesses, they had to. There was no support system, welfare, food stamps, charities, and all of that to give us anything. And you weren't going to ask your former slave master to support you after leaving a plantation. So they had to, of necessity, create their own life, their banks, their schools, their clinics, their whatever. But that was one of many. That's the one we focus on because we have a euphoria with words like Black Wall Street and with phrases. You see where I'm coming from? We grasp that because it means big. It means spectacular. It means you've made it, a Black Wall Street, and you had a great bourgeois class of people. And they too discriminated on the other Blacks who did not have. However, they were viable enough so that people weren't starving. It was one of many. I have visited several cities, towns all over the United States that had a similar Black Wall Street, or who just had little towns where they occupied, they created, they built cabins, shacks, tents, whatever thing, long houses for their meetings and so on, where they could support themselves and they could still grow food. They had the knowledge of how to grow food, how to deal with it was not, how to start their farms and so on. And every single one of those places I visited for a specific reason, because I wanted to see what it was they did to those people that was any different than this Black Wall Street. Every single one of them had been burned to the ground. And I'm talking numerous. I've spent a lot of time and effort and money traveling the country. That's what I do. I'm a cultural preservationist to find out what happened to us. And with groups of other people. I was not on my own. There were groups and troops of us who went. And we found the same story each time. In the middle of the night, they come for you. They don't necessarily have to be Klan. Too much of this is accredited to the Klan for all of this violent activity. Oftentimes, they were just the other folks of the towns who did not have anything or the intelligence to create anything and were still dependent on a government which had told them they were special, and they find themselves without a means. And they, in a jealous and envious rage and viciousness, would just go on these raids and just burn down, hang people, lynch people, beat, rape, rob, drag out the furnitures of these people, whatever little monies they had, and so on. So this is a common narrative. It is not a different story, Black Wall Street. It is not a new story. It's just one of our star pupils of our capabilities after leaving horrendous situation like slavery, but is by no means the first one or the only one. This stuff was everywhere. I was with a group when I was going through the Uruba or Yoruba, in the Caribbean, they call it Santeria, initiating through several of the deities. All of that comes from Africa, of course. And we took a group of females, Black females, we were all in white. We took all the things that the ancestors said ages ago that was necessary to clean a place where great violence had taken place against our people, where children had died and raped, where things were burned down, because our belief was, and it is absolutely true, that very negative entities and spirits lurk in those places and make it almost impossible for you to live on those grounds. And so we went with a group, I believe it was 10 women, this is a specific place I'm talking about, in white, as we were supposed to be. And the white had to be clothing that we could rip off and tear off after we went to these places to do the ceremony. You do them or you burn them, because it's carrying a lot of negativity and you don't want to bring that back with you into your environment. So these women, by the way, were top-notch savvy. These were not some girls practicing with candles and also cute crystals and all of that. We were serious, we were skilled. We knew exactly what we were doing. So we went in with prayer, with whatever equipment and supplies were necessary, as it had been handed down through ages from Africa. Not, like I said last night, not hundreds, but thousands of years pre-slavery. We knew what we had to bring, and we literally cleaned those areas and prayed with and for those fallen dead, so that they could be relieved and leave those areas, because it was our understanding through African lore that the spirits of a lot of people who were murdered in such a horrendous way, that these remain. Not all of them go on to another level. A lot of them remain and lurk in the area. They cannot leave. Some don't even believe that they have been killed. So that tells you about what goes on in ghettos and with gangs and with modern day situations. All of that energy does not leave. So we were responsible for cleaning up that stuff, releasing our ancestors, praying for them to have a good journey back to the great otherwhere that we call it. Native Americans call it the happy hunting ground, whatever you want to call it, to glory, to heaven, whatever. But that was our job. But that after that, people would call us to various towns in places like upstate New York, and you would think that New York was free. No, it was not. It was never free. In the cities, people were more able to do what they needed to do without having to go through all of that stuff. But in the outskirts, it has always happened. So the Appalachian Trail, it starts in the Virginias, West Virginia, so on, and goes all the way up and across. Most people think it stops in the South. It does not. It ends up in western central New York State, not on the coast, the East Coast where the Atlantic is, but in the center where you just under the Lake Ontario, places like Buffalo, Seneca, New York, Ithaca, New York, Corning, New York, Rochester, New York, and that trail stops there. Now, that means that all of these impoverished whites, embittered whites, would travel from Virginia and make their little homes and their little gatherings or whatever all along that trail. And so you had a lot of them who had come and had a couple of generations of them living upstate in central New York, where you thought you would be free. And when blacks went that far, or those who were freed in those areas, like the Sojourner Truths and so on, found out that it was no different than being in the South. And anything you had, they could come and take it at any time. There was never any protection for you, because you had the inception of the first police, those who rounded up the slaves. They then gave them uniforms and badges and all of that stuff. But these were the same people who, and many who had formerly been indentured slaves, whites, really, really dirt poor whites. They could buy their freedom after working through it for a while, and by being overseers over the slaves and brutalizing slaves for the masters. Master often did not want to get his hands dirty, so others did it. Those who were desperate to be free and get out on their own. And that kind of desperation is deadly. So this is what we had to deal with. But it is a misconception that it was just the Black Wall Street. We had many budding young Black Wall Streets.
We just remember this is Black history.
Yes, I understand that this information for those who do not.
Right.
Go ahead.
And even if you do know, I just wanted you to see. I just wanted us to see the faces of the people.
Oh yes, indeed. Well, this is good. I'm glad you did your format that way, because they need to see the visuals and they need to hear the audios. You have a generation now of 30s, 40, 30-year-old, 20-year-old teenagers and little ones under that who don't have a clue. And everything in this modern world is about visual and audio. Can you imagine when we didn't have these devices that you could run something like this and have a panel like you have and show people and they could actually hear? We didn't have to be convinced because we lived it, you see. I was born in segregated South, so I know what the deal is. And like I said, my great-grandmother was only a few years out of slavery and her mother was a slave. So we knew what the deal was. There was no question as to what it was. And we know what it is to have the folks bust in on us in the middle of the night and drag us out. I've been one of those among the great grands who was taken off with the elders, and elders we never saw again. Many of us survived that, the children, but the elders were gone forever. So yes, there's several generations under myself who need this type of thing. They need it not only Black History Month, but they need it all the time. Now it is a misnomer and a discredit to our people. We play ourselves cheap and we shortchange ourselves that we did not have this information available to teach to it. Yes, we did. We taught it day and night, every day. We have always had a very aware and conscious and awake, not woke, that's new, awake and conscious class of Black people who have always led forward and taught. Yeah, so we were doing that all along, and often we think nobody told us. Oh yes, we did. There were many who did not want to hear it, just as it is today. We're repeating it. History repeating itself. And if you don't, certain things are not changed, it does. Yeah, so the Wall Streets and all of that are wonderful, but unless the history is taught, you're doomed to go back and do all of that again. The thing is, in the classroom,
we are doing it never just in another way. But I want to give my other co-host a chance to say something.
Right. This wasn't taught or university. Yeah. Who is that today?
Oh, that's my main co-host, Dr.
Who is
Amira.
the other co-host?
Dr. Amira, say hello.
Oh, okay.
Hello. That's my
okay.
That's
because yeah, aware of my blindness. Now I'm serious about that blindness. That's not a joke. Yeah. I tell you that I cannot see those tiny. This is tiny. Yeah, I can't see the tiny.
Yeah, I know. She's classified legally blind, Dr. Amira.
Names. I can see mine, but I cannot see my facial features. Yeah, I thought they were just some cute.
Yeah, she's a cutie.
Well, you're right.
Okay, go ahead. I'm going to sit back and let you guys.
No. I always yield to my elders. I always yield to my elders. My elders speak good words and they have good experience.
Yes, ma'am. I know what you do.
Yes. And experiences, because
and we know it. We lived it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So let me first ask, because we have an elder amongst us.
You know something, my sister, you humble me.
She's breaking up. I hate to.
She's gonna come back in. She's gonna come back in.
When she comes back in, I'm going to yield once again, because that is our elder. And I will not be responsible for not yielding to our elder.
Yeah,
I don't
like me. That's how we were raised. We cut from a different cloth. She want to ask you a question, Mother Saw.
Okay,
okay, I popped out again. Yeah. Okay,
no, she want
to a second. Let me just get this through to you. I popped out again. I'm getting smarter about this. I came back in. Go ahead, sister. Ask the question, and keep in mind, young queen, that there is a slight delay. like a pinch of a second. So we end up talking over each other. So each time I speak, I have to remind myself to rest a bit in case you're saying something. And I examined this thing last night. I went to bed this morning at 6:30 because I needed to examine this and see what was happening with all that feedback and talking over each other, because I know that that's not how we normally do it if we're in normal conversation. But there is a delay, a slight delay that happens with radio, with television. Carry on.
Well, first, I would like your permission to even speak.
Yes, ma'am, you got it.
Okay. So my elder has granted me permission to speak. So let me continue. And yes, you are correct. It is a delay in this, and it is sometimes difficult when we are doing these panels because it seems like we're cutting each other off and we're not trying to. It's just right, because of the delay. So, yes, okay. Ma'am. So, at anywho, I really found, I really read the book. I've been around different elders who have experienced this, include my father as well as my grandfather. My great-grandmother, which I didn't know, which I was raised into. Does that make sense? Because I'm adopted, right? So yeah, they have shared many of these experiences. And my father just not too long ago explained this experience. And then when my grandfather, he was almost lynched, but because my father was there and his oldest brother stepped in, they were able to stop the lynching. But you know, they had to get up sundown type of thing. So my father wound up having to move from Mississippi, Prentiss, Mississippi, to move to St. Louis with his grandparents. So I know the history, and it was certain stores that when we would go visit Mississippi that we could not go into, even to the 90s. Okay, and my grandmother has a lot of land, but she had recently passed. She was like 97 years old, and her sister, as a matter of fact, passed last night.
Oh my goodness,
sister! Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And she was 97 when she passed as well.
Oh, so, God bless them. They lived a long
life. My condolences, sister. And we lived longer. We lived longer in those days, and we had more stress because we weren't saddled to these chemicals in the food and medications and the type of new violence that we deal with. We were strong, very strong. And my folks lived into their 80s and 90s just like that, a few over 100. So I'm so proud of
your mother,
my condolences. Yes, and your grandmother is now an ancestor.
Correct. Ashe to her. Ashe.
She got me saying Ashe now too, Dr. Mira. How you like that? How you like that, sister? Ashe. I love her queens.
Yes, ma'am.
And the mother. Well, go ahead, Dr. Mira, because I want to finish this last little bit before I get to the next video.
So evidently, it will continue to go on, you know, because we have racism. We have not just racism, but the hatred of continual history, which my middle name is Sankofa, which means you have to understand your history, right? What happened in the past, so you don't repeat the future. That's the dummy version of what it means, but it's a little deeper than that. But however, so when you have these kind of occasions and all these different things that occur in her story, as well as his story, right? Because his story can be a little bit differently than her story. So that's something that we also have to recognize. And when you have all of these elders that are clearly telling you, hey, this is what happened. And when we experience it, maybe in a different format, because I can't take away and say that, people aren't experiencing this, because this is still happening today. They're just doing it in a different format. What they do is disguise themselves as police officers, and they come in your house in the middle of the night. They don't knock. Like they did here in Kentucky, which I'm living here currently, which they came in and took and started shooting. No questions asked, no letting you know that they're coming in. They just came in and took you and killed you, murdered you. And they're still doing that in today's society. And they're still lynching. Okay, they're still doing that. So what I'm saying is that we have so many bigger fish to fry, but it's so difficult with, and I agree with you, Mama Black Star, with the way a lot of the youth can be. And it's not just the youth, it's some of the elders, because some of the elders have failed us, have failed you, have failed me, and continuing on. And then the youth are also bearing witness to that. And there are some positive things that people are really trying to do to stop so-called brutality of our people. But however, we're still like, I don't know what they call it, $5 under. So we still try to catch up. They're like 20 steps ahead. And then with modern technology, which is so vast, so it's very important that we learn more about modern technology as well. And I'm still, I'm 47 years old. So I'm still trying to get grasp of it, because it changes every freaking day, doesn't it? So when you have all of these folks that are experiencing this, and they keep telling you, just like they did in Black Wall Street originally, when they were when the people in the book were originally trying to tell them, hey, they're getting ready to take over. Hey, we can smell it, because a lot of them sat around and listened, because they would play like they were drunk, or what they call lumper proletarian. And they kept trying to warn them, but the rich was like, oh, no, it's okay. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. And so we are seeing the sign we're seeing the pie in the sky. We already seeing what's going on. We see that now, even on down to the so-called Democratic, what's going on within the system. Y'all president then already told y'all know I'm gonna take it there. Y'all president then already told y'all that he did not want his children going to school with black folks. Okay, so he gets in the White House. What's the first thing he do? He does everything but help who? Us, just us. Okay, so when we look at these documentaries on Black Wall Street, we have to remember where we came from, and we have to really start applying what we need to apply to our own local autonomies. What do I mean by local autonomies? I'm talking about starting with your home first and working your way out. Okay. And so we have to go back to, making food for ourselves. We have to start doing a lot more things for ourselves, because we see what's going on in the world today. It is not just affecting us as people, but it's affecting the whole entire country, even on down to this man-made pandemic. Okay. And even on down to because they couldn't kill enough of us with HIV and AIDS, because that's a man-made virus, so-called virus. And now we have a virus. If you cough on somebody, you could die. First it was having sex with somebody, you could die. Now you can still die of that, but now people coughing on you, looking at you funny, you got the dang on pandemic. So we have to, as people, protect ourselves, and we do have to find different ways to band together and find some unique points of unity that we can agree on, because it's so hard, because we're so everywhere. We can't even agree on gods, right? And we can't even respect each other for appreciating whatever we want to call our God. So the moment you say, well, I say Jesus, and the next person say Buddha, and the next person say, well, I believe in our ancestors, then you had the other person say, well, I believe in, hey, I don't know what I believe. You know what I mean? The moment you say that, they don't even want to deal with you, So we have to really listen to these elders and these films, and we have to go back, and we can't just celebrate Black History Month, so-called Black History, melanated history, whatever. We can't just celebrate it during this particular time. We got to celebrate all year round, which is what I do anyway. I teach my children when they were young. We talked about it all year round. I always gave them a fun fact about something within history. I have books. I have a library in my home, so they can always do, like, anytime they wanted to do a lesson or they wanted to do a paper or something, they can certainly come to my home and get it. They can get information from me, and they can get information from other elders within my family. So how important is it to know about this? Why? Because it's history repeating itself. Do we not see that? Okay, I'll yield the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I'm gonna play the rest of this so we can get to the next video, but we're gonna still have to do commentary because I don't want them to say because if you don't, you know how it goes if you don't do commentary, right? They'll hit you with a copyright flag and claim that you ran the video. So you have to make the video yours. So that's why I have to stop the video. Sorry, I just can't just play the whole thing, but we can't do that. So please, and then we giving this good information. We got Mother Star here and Dr. Amira here at the same time. These two queens right here for all this information. Oh, child, you can't get better than this. You can't. I don't care where you go on YouTube. I don't care who speak. I don't care who channel. You cannot get better than Mother Black Star and Dr. Amira. Them are my two sheroes. They're my sheroes. This is the best place on the planet.
I'm honored. Thank
She
you.
had tears. I had never seen her cry, and I had never heard her speak in that loud a tone.
Yeah.
And a little thing like burning down a town was quite small to me in comparison with my shock to see this absolutely strong, immovable, immutable, invincible person with tears rolling down her cheeks. So that was really the riot.
Well, honey, you have just
So then coming back home is the determination to make things, to get things back to where they were.
You have
naturally, because we didn't know how we would, because with the store completely destroyed. At that time, Papa didn't know that the insurance wasn't going to pay. I mean, everybody assumed their fire insurance.
An act of God.
But everybody assumed that
that was an act of God.
That their fire insurance would cover at least the basics. But I had many nightmares after that. I couldn't sleep at night, and they were really worried about me because it was such a shock to me. I think Irene and Leslie knew about prejudice, but I didn't.
Right.
The interesting thing that happened during the riot was that the riot lasted almost all night of May 31st, 1921, and into the early morning hours of June 1st, 1921, before law enforcement authorities were able to get anything under control. The city police didn't want anything to do with trying to control the Ku Klux Klan. As a matter of fact, the chief of police, a man by the name of Gustafson, confiscated black vehicles, gave them to two of his crony police officers on the Tulsa police force, which I might point out with some justification was a politicized police force at that time, not the police force that Tulsa has today, which is a first-class department. But the point was, in those days, he gave those confiscated vehicles to those two police officers who went out and sold them to whites, and then they shared the profit. Chief Gustafson was later indicted for this and removed from public office in June of 1921. But there were many other indictments, too. And many of these indictments were the byproduct of National Guard boards of inquiry. Now, what happened in the riot, and this is fascinating, was that here you have a major war going on in the downtown portion of Tulsa that erupted and moved north into the north part of the city, eventually wiping out the north part of the city, devastating it totally. And yet the mayor, none of the city commissioners, called the governor. Now, at that time, we only had one 40-man ambulance company in the Oklahoma National Guard stationed in Tulsa. The governor at that time didn't know there was a riot in Tulsa. until the next morning because no city or county official notified him, with the exception of the county sheriff. The county sheriff sent one of his black deputies through the north part of the city towards Sand Springs. He got to Sand Springs to a telegraph. And keeping in mind the telephone lines were down, the telegraph lines were down, the railroad tracks were torn up, there were Ku Klux Klansmen standing on roadblocks trying to catch blacks who were trying to escape the city, and there were refugees as far away as Kansas City and Wichita and Muskogee, Oklahoma. That deputy got to that telegraph and telegraphed the governor on behalf of the county sheriff that there was a riot in Tulsa and law and order had broken down. J.B.A. Robertson, who was governor at the time, sent the adjutant general, who is the top military officer in the National Guard in Oklahoma, to Tulsa. The adjutant general arrived and immediately sized up the situation as being exactly what the governor had been told by that deputy. And the adjutant general mobilized the Oklahoma National Guard, and they sent in guard units from as far away as Enid and Lawton, Oklahoma City and Muskogee and places like that. And a lot of people attribute the troops that arrived were federal troops. They weren't federal troops. Federal troops were never deployed here. This was the Oklahoma National Guard that came in. Many of the survivors who I interviewed when they were still alive told me, frankly, the black survivors, they told me, frankly, they wouldn't have been alive that day if it hadn't been for Oklahoma National Guardsmen. Because the Guardsmen came in and the very first thing they did was declare martial law and threatened to shoot anybody who was found armed. They set up internment compounds to protect black refugees because black refugees were scattered all over the city. Their homes were burned. They had no place to go. And so they set up internment compounds around the city in various parks and places like this.
So, but I didn't tell you, one of my husband's best friends was killed that day while we was in that rush. See, he told him not to run and don't get in close places because they were just shooting that bunch. This fellow was named Willie Lockett. He and my husband were great friends. And I said to him, so where are you going with? He said, I don't know, man, so I'm just going. And he was on a horse, and they said this was one of their favorite horses of the Lockett family. So T.I. told him to be careful and stay out in opening. But he was killed that day.
Every single insurance company that had a policy covering any kind of damage to homes or commercial businesses or industry cut and ran on their insurance policy because a riot wasn't included. The federal government and state governments didn't have programs in place to compensate citizens for being the victims of a breakdown of law and order. So effectively, the citizens who lived in Little Africa took the entire loss. The problem was that when we're talking entire loss, we're talking everything. There was no FDIC then. They might have had their money in a bank, and if the bank was burned and the money stolen, there was no way to recoup it. Jewelry stores in Little Africa were stripped clean. Furniture was taken out of homes. Everything was gone. And the homes were burned to the ground. So when we're talking about refugees, we're talking about refugees that had nothing left except what they carried on their back.
Yes, was a good friend of mine. She and my husband, they gave birth to a little baby that night. And, you know, I guess they didn't have nothing to put it in because there wasn't no conveniences. They put it in a shoebox.
Yep.
Newborn baby. But some people, you know, some people that day You couldn't stop them from running. We had to walk because that was our safest way. But these people was running, and seemed as though that they set this box down where this baby was and to rest because people got awfully tired and they couldn't find it. It was stillborn, already dead. But they didn't want to throw it away. They wanted to take it home and then have the film. But they didn't get to. And there was so many things that taken place that day. Now we lost our best doctor the next morning. But they told me that he stood somewhere there in one of those buildings down by where that little 3 Cardinal place is on Greenwood. You know, it's a ruined house on that side, and something like that on this side, and then the brickyard. Well, they said he stood along there, and he just mowed quite a few of them down.
And by 1925, you couldn't tell. Well, there was still some rubble on Archer Street, but for the most part, you couldn't really tell that it had been a completely devastated community.
And they did
People they had built houses, and they built stores, and they built hotels, and put back an elementary school. The elementary school had been completely bombed out, but they
were back with their schools and back with their pride, and nothing was going to stop them.
That's the way they felt. Now, they had a lot of trouble building because somebody thought of the idea of making an ordinance that no one could build a 1-story house. If you built, you had to build 2 stories on a certain amount. You see, that was a zoning that was passed surreptitiously,
right,
to keep them from building back on that spot because the town really wanted to expand out there. But there was an attorney, B.C. Franklin, and a couple of other lawyers, black lawyers, who went to court and won that case that the people owned their land. They could build back on their land, whatever they chose, and that they didn't have to live by these specifications that the zoning people had put in that were really artificial. You know,
this is over 70 years, right?
Yes,
since the fire.
Yes, it's been a long time.
What do you think now about a fire? About being in Tulsa as a little girl then?
Well, I guess looking back, I'm very glad I had that kind of start where I never had to wonder whether or not you could do something or accomplish something.
Yeah.
There were so many people who had and did, and knowing people, when you're a child and you know people who look like you, who own airplanes.
Yeah.
It does something for you.
Yeah.
So that it was in many ways a very privileged, we weren't rich, but it was a very privileged kind of experience. It never occurred to me to think that Mexicans or Native Americans were inferior or different, or that we shouldn't, because I had always been brought up, you know, where they were around, and
sure.
That's so it wasn't a matter of talking about it. I think it has been a very good investment because there's been so much hate and dissension now that if I had understood more, I would be a much different person, a much meaner person.
All right. There were witnesses that an airplane crossed the black community by air and something was thrown out of it. There were explosions. The problem is that you don't have a cause and effect direct relationship because Tulsa was piped by natural gas in those days, as it is today. And many of the homes were already burning. So from a more precise perspective, there isn't hard proof that a plane came over the black community and dropped bombs on the black community. However, there have been a couple of things we've been able to establish. There was a plane over the black community. There were things thrown out of it. There are some interesting conclusions you can reach from some available evidence. First, it wasn't a government plane. There were only about a half dozen planes in the state at that time that belonged to the government. There was no Air Force then. The Air National Guard didn't exist. And there were about a half a dozen biplanes at Fort Sill. None of them took off the ground during this period. But this was the period of barnstormers. It wasn't uncommon for a pilot who learned how to fly in World War I to have a biplane and to fly around the country and do tricks at state fairs and maybe take somebody up for a couple of dollars. That, in all likelihood, was what happened then, that a barnstormer who had his own airplane actually flew over the black community. Now, if he threw out anything, and if it was a bomb, it's perfectly understandable how it could have worked, because it doesn't take very much to make a bomb, particularly if you're a veteran of a recent war that had just ended.
Greenwood was soon labeled the Black Wall Street of America. It consisted of highly educated Black doctors, lawyers, PhDs, merchants, oilmen, and entrepreneurs.
The interesting thing about this particular situation is that in North Tulsa in 1921, prior to the riot, there existed an area called Little Africa. And that was a mark of respect. The black business community was extraordinarily prosperous. As a matter of fact, possibly the best minds in Black America had migrated to North Tulsa in the late teens and early 20s. They built a commercial and business establishment so prosperous that it rivaled any place in the world. In fact, the main street of Little Africa, Greenwood, was euphemistically referred to as the Black Wall Street. There were millionaires that lived there, and some of the architecture of some of the old homes in North Tulsa today represent that particular period.
What do we tell people today about in reacting to that?
Tell us.
What did we learn from it?
100 years later, what did we learn?
Well, I think two things. One is that the newspapers were able to keep it secret. In fact, to perpetrate the lie that everybody got restitution. Nobody got any restitution of anything, but they could fabricate a lie and it would be accepted as truth, and nobody worried about it. And yet the people survived, but not because they got any kind of justice. And I think one thing that we might have learned by it was that if people really have a strong will and a strong feeling for each other, that it's amazing what can be accomplished. And I'm particularly grateful for the education I got in Tulsa. When we went back to Booker Washington High, it was a fantastic school. The teachers were so well trained, they couldn't get jobs anywhere else, of course, and so they taught there. And when I went to Columbus, I was going to say when I went to Columbus, the teachers did not believe that I had been taught all I had been taught, because they thought South, And I remember even in math, the teacher said, "Can we do quadratic equations?" This was ninth grade. I said, "Well, which method would you like?" And she said, "What? How many methods do you know?" And I said, "Well, 4." She said, "In ninth grade, you can do 4 ways of quadratic equations."
We were talking about and have been talking about Black Wall Street, the fact that it existed. Let's talk just for a minute about the nature of the book. What is the book about?
The book is about the most prolific and wealthiest Black community in America. And we tell that story through the eyes of an African-American oil man and a Jewish merchant. We thought it was very important that each one of these characters represent 10 people that you read in this book. We wrote the book very visual. We wrote the book the way kids think. We put undertones in the book to make them turn the pages. And that's what's exciting about the book. The book tells you the story as though you're right there.
And it does too. And by the way, more than the book, you have a videotape?
We have a videotape out called Black Wall Street Holocaust. It's 55 minutes long. It tells you the story of that day of that riot, June 1st, 1921.
Tell our viewers briefly about the children's book.
The children's book is Black Wall Street, A City Made of Gold.
Can you imagine? This is as of June 1st coming up. It'll be 100 years. As of June 1st coming up, it'll be 100 years. 100 years. But this is the end of that. I'm going to cue the next one. So we're going to keep it a little bit short so we can watch the next video. But you can't imagine that, right? Okay. Mother Star, being that you were here first, you can give some commentary.
Do you have a specific question, or you just want me to generally comment?
I want you to comment on this being 100 years later.
On the video in general?
Yeah. I'm speaking upon it being
okay.
First, it'll be 100 years later. What are your feelings about that? Hey.
Well, you know, there's a psychology here. Uh-oh.
You good. I'm queuing up the next video.
Oh, okay. Because some stuff blacked out. Okay, I had a blackout. All right.
No, that
okay, good. There's a psychology here. When we say nothing has changed, we mean nothing has changed. Modern times means we have running water, we have electricity, none of which we had in my day in the house, living in Virginia. That's a long story. But it has repeated itself in that we are still questioning whether or not we were capable of doing anything outside of the master's realm or his tutelage, his monitoring, him forcing you to do it and you doing it for free. Yes, we were. Not only were we after slavery, during slavery, but we were that for many thousands and thousands and thousands of years. This was nothing new to us. How to survive, how to build, how to rebuild, how to create clinics, how to make medicines, how to do, like I was saying last night, most of your inventions practically globally is our work. But wasn't it that way thousands of years ago? Everything we have that is stunning and remarkable that people are having tours to go and look at is our work. So this is not new to us that we are capable. We have to stop doubting that we were, or being shocked and surprised. But this is important, these films and this stuff, and thank goodness for the technology that we have it archived, because there are still those who need to see it. Whether they accept it, believe it or not, it's of no importance. You put it out there anyway. As far as the two elderly sisters speaking, that's wonderful. There's a lot of things they could have said that they didn't, as far as how capable we were. Because in the space and time of doing an interview, you can't always get all the points in. But they gave an account from personal experience, very important. Hearing and seeing is more believing, coming from people who went through it. The Caucasian gentleman who offered some more information, who put some meat on the bones, was necessary because he understands from a different level what happened from a white person point of view who's willing to be truthful about it. And I guarantee you there was a whole bunch of stuff he didn't mention because he cannot, But yes, dropping bombs on us that early, absolutely. Chemical warfare against us, absolutely. Biological warfare, Absolutely. I mean, that's what they used with the infected blankets for the Native Americans. They did the same to us. So all of that is the same. I'm just happy that the information is there. But like the good doctor with us today, I didn't rely on them to tell me anything. I taught my children from my home, and I had an expansive library with which to, I made available to them. And it was required that you report to me and my husband and say what it is you know and don't know. And then we took them out so they could see, feel, understand our worth. That's where we need to go. Forget about the schools. You will never get all of this in the school. Why should the same people who enslaved you, who mistreated you, abused you, tell you anything when the plan is to keep you ignorant and subjugated? That's psychology we have to come out of. Do it yourself. So I think the footage is very good. Very good.
Thank you, Mother. Sister Dr. Mira, how do you feel about this being 100 years old and we have not gotten back? We have, even though we have more millionaires, we got billionaires, but that's through the entertainment world and stuff like that. But how do you feel like as a community, we have not even gotten, people talk about don't go back in history. We need to go back 100 years ago to see how it was done. We're not building and doing nothing now of our own. How do you feel about that, Dr. Mira?
I'm sad. I feel I can't front and tell you it doesn't sadden me. The way that, I mean, looking at now, looking at back then, we did better after slavery. We did much better, to be honest. Pre-integration. Right, pre-integration, it messed us up, to be honest with you. And that's not to say that we couldn't be cool. I'm not talking about now. Some of y'all white folks, I know you're gonna get on here and say, "Oh my God, I can't." No, this I don't want to think what they want to think. But I'm gonna keep it real. I don't care. It could be next month, 2 months. I'm still gonna tell you the truth. I think that integration ruined our community. Because we didn't fight so much to get into these companies that don't want to hire us in the first damn place, right? We got to fight so hard on these companies. And that's not saying, I'm not saying, yeah, you shouldn't work for somebody, whatever. I'm just telling you that the 60s, the 50s, all of that ruined us because we got so contrived to not work for ourselves. And we forgot about the spirit of working for ourselves and having our own having our own stuff and not relying on the next person. And that's what got a lot of people in condition, because I think we got conditioned to figuring out that if we get our own stuff that they're going to kill us. I really believe that.
Yeah, great point. Great point, sis. Great.
Well, that's all I got to say, because I know you want to chime into the other video, but I just wanted to make that point.
Girl, you was getting good there, but I'm gonna chime into it. But you was getting me heated there though. When you said got to the point, man, I want you to finish that last sentence. We got to the point that if we had something, go ahead, just a little bit more.
Well, it's just sad. It's just sad that we don't have the kind of things that we need because of fear, because a lot of us are afraid of success. Let's just keep it real. Some of us are afraid of success, afraid of accomplishing things, and we're waiting on the next Messiah.
But I think it is as a group we scared to accomplish things.
I'm talking about
now it's about the selfishness of accomplishing something. Like I'm going to get that bag. Me. Oh, my voice is. I'm losing my voice.
But not the right way. A lot of them are not doing it the right way. And not only that, but a lot of them are so busy chasing dollars. They're not making no 12-6. Excuse my French.
Right. We're not doing it as in, hey, let's pull our money together. Now it's all about the individual.
Even if you started with your family, I can respect you starting with pulling your dollars together with your family.
They don't even do that.
That's what I'm saying. At least for God's sakes. And then, we're so in fear of the success. We so in fear of every damn thing, but the things that we're supposed to be in fear of. And you know, we should be afraid of losing our youth. We're not afraid of that. We be like, "Whoa, go ahead, goodbye." You know what I mean?
That we've been so, like you said, we've been put fair so much, and then Foot Soldier says, okay, let me do it. Red Queen says some people integrated because they were taught to hate their own skin due to the indoctrination of racism, and then Foot Soldier says. Foot Soldier says they didn't want that to happen. But now, 100 years later, the problem is we don't want it to happen. So they didn't want it to happen then. 100 years later, as of June 1st, 100 years later, we don't want it to happen. So we're going to get back on this. This is just a regular video. It's just a regular video because it's our Black History Month. We must be reminded. So this is our Black History Month. So I'm gonna try to let us see some of everything, and we're not gonna stop just because it's February is over. We're gonna, like I told you guys yesterday, Nature Boy is a what's the word I used? What was the word I used, Dr. Mira? when
Well, we can celebrate being melanated all year round. Shoot, that's the thing.
We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that, but I just want to let people know that we're gonna always be doing. I got to get back to what we used to do. Oh, doing Nature Boy all the time is an interference. That's not the word I use, but it's close to the word that I use.
Oh,
but
I know what you're saying now. We can't do that because that's another slave, fake slave master. He'll oversee it.
So what is that word I'm looking for when they trying to drive? You know, they got you looking at this food, and we can't see what's going on. We can't interfere.
You're talking about.
I'm looking for this word I used yesterday.
Wait a minute, I don't know what word you used yesterday, but
it's something like an interference. It's like
it's basically a white. It's a what they call when they place a cloud over when they place a smoke screen. They call it smoke screen.
Yeah, but he's taking us away from the real stuff. But we're gonna just watch how we're going back to the 1960s, guys. I know I like to pull the videos from the 50s and the 60s so you can see nothing has changed.
Most white people don't really learn to hate that much. But because of the subtle things that start in childhood, a lot of white people are more prejudiced about Negroes than they think they are. For example, how many black people are there in your circle of friends? Are you comfortable with black people?
Kind of crowded today, isn't it?
Sure is. It's just that, they don't usually have so many people in here, you know?
Yeah, like they're usually out in the, courtyard.
It's windy today, so I guess everybody's inside.
Are you afraid of black people? Do you think they are capable of great violence?
Exactly, Ms. Rye.
Does an interracial couple dancing make you get uptight? Do you compete harder because you don't want to be beaten by a black team? Or do you play easier and feel sorry for them because you think they're inferior to you?
Oh, there's Annie with Ken. I'll see you later, okay?
Do you have as close a friendship with a Negro as you have with your white friends?
How is everyone?
Do you feel that there is something different about black people?
Black folks.
Much more than just the color of their skin.
It's the uppity one.
No, you can have it. Oh, not good personality, you say? Yeah, he's really rude. Oh, I didn't know. Really?
Do you think of Negroes as a group? Or do you like or dislike them as individuals, as you would a white kid? What would be your reaction to this blood transfusion?
Distraction. Yes, Ms. Rod.
For yourself.
Distraction. I couldn't think of the word.
Would you go to a black dentist?
That was the word I used yesterday.
Black doctor?
He's a
Where's
distraction.
It's right here in my chest.
May I see it, please?
That's our checklist of hidden prejudices. How'd you make out? Oh, and by the way,
Have you ever said,
them spades, they all have rhythm.
They sure do.
They're great fighters, but they can't take a punch in the belly.
You know, some of my best friends are Negroes.
Oh, really? It's interesting to note that those last three comments are still being made by people who feel no animosity toward Negroes. They would be shocked to discover that they're feeling that there's...
And that's still being done today, you uppity Negroes. You uppity Negroes. This is still happening in 2021. Just thought I'd remind you.
something different about black people beyond the color of their skin
And this in the
would be considered as prejudice by one of their best friends who
Mhm.
happens to be black.
Yep.
Not all prejudices masquerade as kindness or tolerance. There are many prejudices that come out of a personal hang-up, a dislike or contempt for black people that can no longer be swept under the rug of indifference.
I sure don't want any of them for neighbors. They're dirty and they're scary. Besides, my mother and father say the value of our house will go down. They'll ruin the neighborhood.
If I went to a school where I wasn't wanted, I'd leave, buddy. I'd leave.
Yes,
sir.
He's 100% right. Go to a school where you ain't.
Dad.
Now, just a minute. Look, look, son, I'm telling you, they have no ambition. Other minority groups have broken through. This is America. If they had anything on a ball, they could make it. If they don't, it's their own fault. No one ever gave me anything. I made it because I deprived myself of everything until I was successful.
Honey, I just don't see how you can feel like that.
All right, I admit it. They were great, but I still don't like them. I still say colored people's skin is different. It's dirty and it smells.
Oh, Stacy.
You want freedom? I want money, not no welfare tax.
If God wanted them white, he would have made them white. I don't see why they have to make such a big fuss about everything. They don't like it here. Why don't they go back to Africa, where they came from?
You don't understand. Don't tell me they're not lazy. All they want to do is to get onto welfare and make money for doing nothing.
I'll tell you why they're rioting. Because they're too lazy to work and pay for the things I have to work and pay for.
Incidentally, I can't tell you what to hunt with your own gun. I just sell them. But I can tell you, I got 3 of them stashed in my house. And I can't wait for them coons to try and ride around here. Right?
Right. You think they were kidding when they said burn, baby, burn?
No, baby, they weren't kidding when they said burn, baby, burn. And that's at least one good reason we all better get straight on where it's really at while we still have time.
Don't tell me they're not lazy.
Sure, they're lazy Negroes. Just like they're lazy white people. Or yellow skin. Or brown skin. Or even polka dot people. But it's not too hard to see why someone working on a job who doesn't feel that he's going to get the same advancement as a white guy doing the same job wouldn't try and work too hard. It's just that he's been discouraged in advance.
They have no ambition. Ambition? Let me tell you about ambition. Every graduation and assembly speaker says you have to start your way at the bottom of the ladder and work your way up. But they're mighty quiet about a black man in the same ladder. The black man knows that when he starts out at the bottom of the ladder, 99 out of 100 times, it's going to be the best he can do. His white boss, who is certainly never a relative, is going to promote the white guy anyway. How many times have you seen a black person in charge of whites? Not very often. Well, we black men know that merit doesn't necessarily count for us, even though we're ambitious enough to knock ourselves out, working at night, going to high school and college.
If I went to a school where I wasn't wanted, I'd leave, buddy. I'd leave.
If I had no pride, I'd do whatever was expected of me. The reason why I want to go where I want is because it's my right. I don't want to go where I'm not wanted socially, which means you're home if I'm not invited. But I do want to go to a school where white kids go to because they're much better equipped and they have teachers who went to better schools than most black teachers were able to get into. There's only one income tax form for the black and white people. So I see no honest and fair reason why I can't be allowed to get an equal education like the white kids get. There's already been one revolution because of taxation without representation, and I don't see any difference now. The Constitution guarantees me an equal education, and I want one so I can get an equal living when I graduate.
Colored people's skin is different. It's dirty and it smells.
As a physician who has worked as a skin specialist for more than 30 years, I have had ample time to compare the skin of white and Negro patients.
Move.
Apart from the greater abundance of the pigment called melanin in the skin of Negroes, there is no basic cellular difference and no scientific reason why white skin should smell any differently than dark. As far as
Dr.
skin
Maris,
odors
it
go,
smells good.
it's my personal opinion that it's all a matter of hygiene. 5 minutes, 5 days after a bath, we all smell the same. And also, the skin of all so-called white people has this same pigment factor in it. The only time anyone's skin is truly white is when pigment is not formed at all, as in the albino. Incidentally, albinos may be born to Negro parents.
Make it here. Why don't they go back to Africa where they came from?
If we were born here, we belong here, right? We belong here just as much as the Caucasians. Now, if everybody went back to where they came from, all that would be left would be the Indians. And the white Americans didn't give them a fair shake either. So somebody tell me, where are they going to send all them Indians?
They'll ruin the neighborhood. Ever been in the home of a Black American family? Come on in. Living room or parlor.
And they still don't like you.
Kitchen. And dining area. My parents' bedroom. Mine's kind of messy. Bathroom, of course. Backyard. Garage. It's really about the same as any other home when the father makes about 10 to 12,000 a year. It takes the usual amount of cleaning, washing, dusting, waxing, sprinkling, mowing, and little repairs to keep it that way. Unfortunately, most homes in the Black community don't have husbands and fathers or enough income for the mothers to stay home and take care of them. So obviously their homes won't look as good as this one. Also, when some people feel that life is too much for them, they get discouraged and give up on taking care of things, especially when rats and roaches and crumbling walls and ceilings are the best the majority of Black families can afford.
She the sellout.
Black Americans are expected to overcome the discouragement and humiliation of white racism outside the ghetto. They are also expected to rise above the dead-end poverty and hopelessness of life in the ghetto. From the very beginning, from the day a black child is born, the odds against it are much greater than they are against a white child. In the first year of life, 3 times as many black children die as white. The odds against the normal birth and survival of the black baby frequently begin with the working pregnant mother and continue through childhood with a lack of proper nourishment and medical care. The average white family's income buys medical care which is usually much better than a trip to the public clinic for the average black baby. Not only is there a difference in medical care, but in what is considered typical nourishment for most white children.
Wonderful pears, all the vitamins. How's that? You like that for lunch?
This difference in nourishment has existed for generations and still exists. For millions of hungry and undernourished black children of all ages. The same as it does for the white children who are victims of the same kind of poverty.
But we made it.
In this home, there isn't enough extra food to feed a cat. So this child will grow up
without experiencing the simple pleasure of having a pet. Without things to see and hear, without the toys most kids have which actually stimulate mental growth, the barren world most ghetto children see gives them a handicap in school that they may never overcome. A handicap they may carry outside of school with them for the rest of their lives.
Kathy?
Lord Fairfax owned several million acres of land in Virginia and employed George Washington to survey the land.
The game is familiar. Most of us have played it. But probably not in this kind of playground. One of the worst problems of ghetto
Damn, I remember them days.
the lack of parks.
I remember them days in the early
It doesn't
70s.
take too long before
Yep.
these games are played for real, with goals frequently based on examples of borderline and illegal characters having the most money and status in the neighborhood. Inside or outside the ghetto, there are many ways for black children to learn at the early age of 3 or 4 that there is something very bad and different about being black.
Come away from her. How many times have I told you never to play with niggers? How many times have I told you?
When this kind of prejudice is directed against you throughout your entire life, it can create a feeling of self-hate and of being an unwanted and unrespected subhuman, which is to say the very beast, capable of turning into hatred directed toward all white people.
Well, you got yourself some golden French fries now, don't you?
Yeah, can I have one of your fries, huh?
How come you don't look like me? I asked you a question, Chili Lips, answer me.
Chili lips. Oh, Lordy.
Hey, you gonna start a fire, man? Oh. What's the matter there, black boy?
First of all, we're going to draw this line divide. Ooh, boy, now stop this. Dwayne, turn around. Now be quiet. Turn around. Just turn around in your
Frequently,
chair.
in the black ghetto schools, the teacher represents the white world of authority and is unable to reach the black child with much success.
Yeah.
For the black as well as the white teacher, one of the biggest problems is discipline rather than teaching.
Are you doing this on your paper or on someone else's paper?
In some dilapidated and overcrowded ghetto schools, there aren't even enough textbooks to go around. Many of these deprived students who plan to go on to higher education find that they cannot meet entrance requirements of most colleges. A visit to the stores of his ghetto is further discouragement and shows him that as far as a job or a business career is concerned, most of the business establishments are run by whites. With black people doing the same low-skilled jobs they are hired to do in the white section of town. What little money is brought into the ghetto from people working outside doesn't stay there to circulate and build the community. The white businessmen take it to their communities. And the small Negro middle class of doctors, dentists, small businessmen
Take it to the white people.
often live outside the ghetto and also do their shopping in the better stocked stores
Thank you.
outside the ghetto.
And give it. I just was saying that.
However, there are comparatively few black middle-class businessmen because it's much more difficult for a black man to get money to start a business than for a white man with the same job and business background.
Your name is Lottie Richardson, correct?
There are many black families who have discovered they can get more money on welfare than on the jobs available to them. To the unemployed and underemployed ghetto families, welfare becomes the only answer to their economic problems. To most black families, the welfare worker is regarded as another representative of the white world outside the ghetto, as someone strange who doesn't begin to understand their problems and is far more concerned with rules than with people. In many states, an unemployed male head of the family cannot live at home if the family is getting welfare. If he has a job that pays less than his family needs, he will not get the difference in money from welfare. Therefore, many homes have absentee fathers who are forced to leave because this is the only way their family can have enough money to live. This creates a home without a man, a home without a father, a home where the mother has to manage without a husband. In time, this makes the absent husband, already hurt and discouraged, stay away altogether, and produces another victim of what he feels are white society's rules and regulations regarding poor black people.
Mm-hmm.
That the ghettos have erupted in riots comes as no great surprise to black Americans inside or outside the ghettos. These riots, called rebellions by many black people, have forced many basic issues up to the surface for all Americans to face, especially the issue of violence.
And I tell you what this country needs is law and order.
What this country needs even more than law and order is justice. And if it would take violence to get that justice, we're ready for this too. From slavery, emancipation, reconstruction, and suppression. The lives and the history of the Negro have been dominated by violence or the threat of it. There have been nearly 4,000 lynchings since 1889, also street murders, clan floggings, home and churches burned, and bombing that went unpunished, with very little help from the white government or its courts about law and order, or the police to protect the black people. And there's another type of violence, a violence to the heart and to the mind of the Negro. So why the big surprise when he's ready to be violent against those who've been violent against him? I think it's remarkable that he's refrained from violence all this time up to now.
I'm tired of the Negroes being accused of violence. How many world wars have the Negroes started?
Listen, Whitey made all the rules, then he did himself all the aces. I'm just getting back one tiny bit of what belonged to my great-grandparents. Whitey owes us more, we'd be able to get in a million right.
If you study Negro history, you know that in 1863, after President Lincoln drafted men from New York City, hundreds of white men were so angry that they rioted. They went to the Negro part of town ransacking, yes, looting and burning buildings.
Blamed it on us.
Hundreds of black men, women, and children were shot and beaten to death or hanged from trees and lampposts. There hasn't been much mention about this in history books, has there?
Yeah, man, we're uptight. We're ready to burn it all down or blow it up, if that's what it takes, and ourselves with it. We've had it with Whitey. We want ours now.
And what does Whitey have to say about violence, rioting, and looting?
Okay, so they've got a gripe. But I say these riots were started by juvenile delinquents so they could loot.
Honey, the only way to stop riots is to kill anybody who loots or throws a Molotov cocktail. For after all, you can't have a country without law and order.
As long as they riot in their own neighborhoods, I couldn't care less. But they better not come to the white part of town, because if they do, they've had it. My father's got a gun, my friends have got guns, and we'll stop them right in their tracks.
And on the other hand?
You know, this may sound strange coming from a white guy, but I don't think we've got any right to complain about their fighting back. After a while, anybody'd fight back. But I don't like to see all that rioting. It can only lead to needless killing, government restrictions, even a state of emergency, with the government canceling elections and all that. Besides, I think there are better answers than rioting.
For how long can you expect Negroes to see how great it is to live in America on their television sets and in the movies without them seeing how different their own lives are?
The thing that bothers me about this whole situation is there are so many Negroes that hate the white people. That's not right. It's just as wrong as the white people hate the Negroes.
Do we still hear that bullshit today?
Really trying to help them.
They trying to help us.
Giving up jobs, and why they've been beaten up and some of them even killed because they work in the civil rights movement.
Everybody's always yakking about fair play in sports. But how about fair play where it counts a little more, like being treated the same as everybody else? I think if I were a Negro, I'd blow my cork and fight for my self-respect too.
Not only are many black Americans ready to fight for what they feel is rightfully theirs, but unlike ever before, they are proud of their identity as black people. This can be seen in a great outpouring of art and literature as never before. As a group who feels they have not been represented fairly in the history of the United States, and as a direct response to a deeply felt rejection by so much of white America, many black people are turning to Africa for their cultural, folk, and historical roots. Hairstyles of boys and girls, men and women are proudly African.
Now they not.
As is much of the clothing.
Not no more. They got them wigs, honey.
Swahili and other African languages have been requested by the black community and are being taught in junior high, high school.
They stopped that too.
Music is black.
They took that too. They done stole that too.
Dance is black.
They stole that too.
Theater is pridefully black or African.
They stole
In a
it.
new attitude of identifying with a pre-slavery black culture and tradition. But there are those who feel that the American Negro has a great deal to be proud about.
You know, I dig the new African look. I think it's a groove, but I'm American, and I'm proud of it.
They're gonna sell out.
We as black people have a lot
You go to
be proud of
Coons.
that we contribute to this country that you don't read about in the white history books. You understand? But it's one thing you know for sure, and that's that music, that sweet soul music. Everybody try to imitate us because they know where it's at. They know what's happening. We know they know we got soul. You
hell
understand?
they got on
Even the
his
Beatles
teeth?
started out that way. Can you dig it?
What's on his
Not only
teeth?
is history being questioned, but what has been taught about religion, too.
Hey, what about the story of Christ? We always see him as blind and blue-eyed. If he came from where he did with his parents and ancestors, he should have dark hair and black eyes. Right. Hey, do you mean to tell me that there are only white, blue-eyed angels in heaven? That with all those nice, dark-skinned brothers and sisters dying all these years, there's at least one little black angel? Ain't no way.
Yeah, angel food cake is always white, and then devil food cake is black. You know?
How come everything that's black is bad?
Yeah.
Like funerals, black cats, witches will always be wearing black. Right. In the movies, bad guys be riding on their black horses, and the good guys be riding on their white horses.
Yeah, how come white mice are nice and nobody else sells black mice or black bunny rabbits? Hey, that's discrimination, man.
Now, some of that may sound like they're kidding, but are they? Lots of things are changing. There are even new attitudes about old words like Negro, colored, black.
Please don't call me a Negro.
No.
That's a white man's word. And don't call me colored either. Better call me black, because that's what I am. I'm a black man.
Another big change is something called black power, a phrase much misunderstood. Basically, black power calls for a bigger share of the power in the politics and economics of America, for black Americans. Black power also calls for self-help without white leadership in black civil rights and political organizations, as well as in all government training and business aid programs for black people. To some black people, self-help organizations are no answer to the hatred that they feel for white people. They want absolutely no personal or organizational involvement with white people at all.
Until we sold
I'll tell
out.
you what I think about it. Every time I see Whitey in the black movement, I'm gonna tell him to leave. I
Not
don't need
no
him
more.
or his help. And any other black man with pride will tell you the same thing.
We done sold out.
We've held back the way we felt for 300 years.
Mm.
I'm not doing it anymore.
Take that
I
wig
won't
off.
lie to you. I wouldn't go from here to there to save the life of any honky I know.
Mm-hmm.
There are millions of Afro-Americans like me, and all we really want is to take over the state so we have the majority and keep them for blacks only. Put up great big signs saying, no whites allowed.
There's a lot of bright black people coming out of the schools all of the time, and we'll build our own businesses and we'll run them.
We
We'll
did.
run our own black
100 years
and
ago.
they'll take care of us.
Then you sold out.
Man, I don't want to hear no more of that mess about what the white man's doing for me.
Mm.
I mean, my people are
He's a little
hundreds of
cute
years
back then.
listening and trusting the white man.
I wonder what he look like now, if
And,
he
the
alive.
only reason he's doing anything at all was because we made it. Yeah, we made it.
He's a
The
cutie.
black community is not in agreement
Somebody
on the issue of
grandpa was
whitey
handsome.
and violence, be it in the form of rioting or just plain personal hatred. Many feel that black racism is as bad as white racism. and that the
Really?
problem is far too serious to be solved by separating black and white Americans any longer.
Hating white is just as bad as hating black. Hating anyone because of the color of their skin is just as sick.
I think the basic problems will never be solved by rioting. I'm sure the government has gotten the message by now.
Go ahead,
If we
Coon.
go too far, the government will have to do its thing. They'll have to side with the law and order people. It's the only way they can go. What we should do is keep after the government all the time until we get what the Constitution says is rightfully ours.
Nope, they brought them gatekeepers
I
in.
think that only the extremists want to make a black world for themselves. I believe that most black people feel that not only can things be worked out together, that they must be very soon before terrible things happen to black and white Americans.
Nope.
Well, just
Sorry.
how will all Americans respond? Black and white. Will it be in time?
Nope.
To prevent what government agencies feel to be the greatest national emergency facing this country since the Civil War?
It happened.
This problem is too old, too complicated for easy, happy answers.
There's a still old.
Here is an example of what black and white parents and students have worked out together with a cooperative school system. In Los Angeles, students who volunteer for Project Apex, an educational enrichment program, attend courses which are taught in schools other than their own. This automatically brings together children of all races.
Those are gatekeepers, guys.
Special classes where they share the same.
Those are gatekeepers. You know, they had to let some of us in. They had to let some of us in. So we could forget about the 300 years. Them are I was gonna say future, but them are past gatekeepers.
Same academic and cultural interests, and are able to meet and work on problems together. For many, it's the first contact that they've had with people their own age of a different race. In New York City, street academies prepare dropouts for college. Here, black and white teachers contribute their services in facilities paid for by white business organizations, run by black administrators.
Gatekeeper.
Other organizations like TRI teach trades to the dropout, the unemployed, and the underemployed.
Where they at now?
With the help of private and government funds. There is no question that there are many people in business and government who are sincerely committed to overcoming the ghetto-produced education and income gap. What about adults? Recently, more and more business organizations are building their plants in ghetto areas. Not only are black people being trained for higher technical skills, but also for top management positions.
And they took all that away.
In some instances, the government provides the money for these training programs.
They took that away
The
too.
government also provides experts to help black men go into business. And this includes guaranteeing the loan at the bank. Many private businessmen are contributing their time and services to help get these new businesses off the ground. Even the most conservative businessmen realize that it will cost less to help black men go into business than the millions spent on welfare. Besides, these businesses will be paying taxes rather than taking money on welfare or unemployment insurance. In cities all over the United States, more than 100 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, white people are meeting with black people in an all-out effort to wipe out hatred and misunderstanding between the races and to replace it with something more in the American theory of democracy.
Whatever, man. That is the end of that. We're gonna start with you, Mother Star. Whatever you have on your mind, let it out. And then Dr. Mira, when she finishes, you pick up the torch.
Okay, thank you, sister. From I think a little early in the clip there in the video, young white girls young white women and girls with the statement and the command and the demand that we've heard for almost 5 centuries. Go back to Africa where you came from. Let me just break it down just a teeny bit. I'll be brief. We did not come from Africa. We were abducted and dragged and forced under the most horrendous conditions to come here. We did not come of our own accord. We had come here hundreds and even thousands of years prior to all this craziness, and created kingdoms in the so-called Americas. So that's when we came of our own accord, and what we left behind was exactly what we made in Africa: pyramids, incredible archaeological structures, that kind of thing. Okay, I'll be brief with that. So that is something we hear a lot. Go back to Africa where you came from. They came, and they came with a plan. And they executed that plan by taking the land of indigenous people, forcing Africans to come, enslave them, and to build and to serve and to feed, well, their demons. There's something about that mindset that needs to have violence, blood, mastery over something. It's a psychological dis-ease and illness. So to feed that also, as well as to work, to clean, to cook, to build a nation for them. They infected millions of indigenous people with their diseases. So they came with a plan and they executed the plan. It worked very well for them. We did not come. So I'll just to clear that up for a whole lot of folks who might not understand when they hear this, go back to Africa where you came from. So if they want to go back where they came from, everybody's perfectly good for that. But guess what? Where they came from, nobody wants them. Because they were given what was necessary to get them here, because they were the filth and the garbage of Europe, the plague carriers, the prostitution called light skirts, the incestuous, all of the things that are incorrect for a population that brings it down. They were all of that in order for Europe to clean itself up and rebirth itself, along with what they were taking from Africa at the same time. Copper, one of them, which conducts electricity. We put the lights on in Europe, Industrial Revolution. They began to see in the light for the first time, with light, by the use of all the copper they dragged out of Africa. So, but nobody wants them to come back. Like when the South African apartheid power lost the power in South Africa, and they were asked to go back to where they came from. Where they came from, the Dutch in particular said, no, you're not coming here with that. Because that's why they sent them out of there in the first place. So we put that one to rest just for the moment, because we hear a lot of that. But there were many back to Africa moves by us, many. One was successful into Liberia. This government, what was government at the time, insisted. But what they did was they sent along the agents, the ones who could monitor our movements, infuse themselves into that society, take it over, run it and rule it from the background, also instate themselves as the politicians of Liberia and run that down. So the blacks from America who left slavery to go there never could really get it together, and today it is still in shambles. They went with us and they sent others after us, and they brought it down. This is a constant theme and pattern with them. Do you expect anything better today? No, why should you? It's a very destructive psychology to think that there's going to be something different, to expect it, and to use so much of our energy and time worrying about everything that they do. They are acting in character. We need to get that under our belt. Let me leave out of this so the good doctor can have this. Let me leave, you know that I'm a professional storyteller, a griot, preserver of the cultural stories. In Native American tradition, I'm initiated as a medicine person. And one of the things that I am called to do is to tell the ancient stories of the indigenous people as well. So with that said, one of the stories that capture me most in the Black culture in America are great artists, which we always produce, no matter what the situation is. They are the chroniclers. They chronicle our movements as a people, the poets, the musicians, the dancers, the storytellers, so on. Langston Hughes, I'm not sure, I don't remember, I'll have to go back and take a look. Langston Hughes, or either it was Weldon B. Johnson who wrote Negro National Anthem, either one of them. So folks, do your homework. Out there, we give too much information sometimes. Whoever's listening, watching, viewing, do your homework. This is classroom. So yes. It's easy to find. It's easy to find. This is not difficult. Langston B. Hughes or Weldon B. Johnson, here's a story for you. I want to leave you with this one. And I thank the good Dr. Queen for her insight into why some of these things are done, because we often, like I said, shortchange ourselves and over-criticize ourselves. There's a fear factor we keep forgetting or either are so reluctant to work with. Fear is something that has been weaponized against us, and you don't unearth it and get rid of it overnight, not after it's been done to you for almost 5 centuries. It takes a while, but fear, here's the fear factor. Whoever it was, Hughes or Weldon B. Johnson, the stories, a series of stories, and please, folks out there, look it up and see it for yourself. Jesse B. Simple, a series of stories on this character based on our fear. Jesse B., the initial B, Simple. Now, what does that sound like? Jesse is stupid, right? Jesse be simple. But what it is Jesse be fearful. Here's the story. 2 construction workers working on a building, Black men. There's Jesse be simple and there's his friend. His name is not all that important. Jesse would like to get on the edge of a ledge on a way up high building and was not too cautious about what he was doing. His friend would constantly tell him, Jesse, be careful, man, leaning over this building. Well, one day Jesse just flipped and went right over this great big building. And he was descending to the bottom, and his friend knew the answer to how to keep Jesse from being killed and smashed to the ground. And his friend leaned over the edge and hollered out to him, Jesse, you about to fall on a white lady. And guess what? Jesse stopped and came right back on up, midair. What does that tell you about fear?
Like he know that I'm gonna be dead if I fall on her. I better get back up in this air.
Doctor led into it. She said fear, and a lot of people miss that. I know they missed it, doctor, because I have that type of sensitivity. I was born with it, clairaudient, clairvoyant, and clairsentient. And I could feel the number of people who just closed down when you said fear. Didn't want to hear it. We don't want to go that deep, but that's how deep the fear is. Okay, but our poets, our writers, storytellers, our dancers, we always chronicle and we give it to you in a way that's digestible. You got the story, right? And I give that to children in classrooms. I give it to adults, PhDs and masters when I'm teaching them. Long Island University, CW Post campus for 20 years. And I rarely ever got a Black teacher coming to my class. It's usually filled with white people, once in a while an Asian, 20 years. So I had to give this to them because they would always ask the question, what are Black people so afraid of? I would give them that and let them look up the rest of the stuff and do it for themselves. But there's one for you. Does that demonstrate the power of fear? We are still human, no matter what. We are still human. Our superhumanness, we have not recaptured because we're still trying to come through the fear, the pain. Okay? There's one for you.
That was powerful.
I
Don't
know,
you
baby.
fall,
Glad you did.
don't you
And there are
fall
many
on
stories.
now.
Yeah, go ahead, doctor. Yes, ma'am.
Well, first of all, we own all this stuff, okay? It's not just Africa, but we own this land too because we were here first.
Yep.
Long time. Long
Very
time.
long time before even everybody, before the so-called pale face was even thought about, and you know,
Thousands of years. Come down here to Mexico and see the pyramids that we built, the ancient pyramid builders from Nile Valley, 2,000 or more years before Christ. We were here. That's why I'm here.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm researching. That's why I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. In the
Yeah.
Cahokia Mounds in Illinois.
Not here for the sunshine. I'm here researching. Absolutely. You know, so we gave them everything. We are capable. We were always capable. And we have to just get past the pain and the fear and the expectation that they're going to do something for us. They are not.
Correction. We are stinking lazy. Let's now I'm just correct guys right now. We stink and we lazy. Don't forget.
We've been here forever, so you know. So as far as somebody talking about going back to Africa, hell, we could go back if y'all get out. You know what I mean? We could go back to different areas if y'all get out. How about y'all get off the land if y'all want to talk about somebody going back somewhere? Y'all get back, y'all go back to Europe or in the caves.
Y'all got some caves that's waiting for you.
Look, in the Caucasus Mountains. Europe does not want them. I know many Europeans. I've traveled Europe for many years from the time I was 18, 19, 20. Yes. And no Europeans want them. They call them the ugly Americans. There's a book written to that effect and with that title.
Yep, I got that.
Yeah, you can't go back to that.
Go back to them caves.
Yeah, the Caucasus Mountains. I don't even think the spider webs in the caves want them back.
The sun don't even like them. The sun don't even like them.
But it can certainly be a difficult, you know, situation because we have a catch-22 as they call it, which in the chat I said 20/21, but it's a deeper meaning to that, but we'll get into that later. But it's a catch-22 because as a Black person, you go, well, I got a little bit more money than I had back in the day, right? So I don't want to stay in the impoverished area because guess what? Impoverished people doing what they do. Now, if you see a person that got a little bit more money than what they have, what they gonna do? Rob your butt. You know what I mean? So it makes sense, right? So what you can't necessarily stay in a impoverished area if you have a little bit more. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm just keeping it real. Now, and then moving into a better neighborhood, but yet at the same time, in certain areas, you may not be welcome. So you don't want to go to the real decent areas because guess what? You're not going to be welcome there. You're going to be treated a certain way, right? So you're kind of stuck in the middle. So we have to be honest because a lot of people be like, well, you know, we should just stay black in the Black community and this and that. But it ain't that easy to stay in the Black community. To get robbed. So we gotta say now that's not really selling out because you gotta be honest. And you can't have the attitude because it's not a thing where you pulled yourself off the bootstrap. Not everybody feels that way. Not everybody who feels that way who've done better for themselves. Most people feel like, well, hey, I'm trying to do the best that I can with the circumstances that I have, and I took the circumstances to do better. Okay, so we got to look at that. Now, the problem is the mentality. That's the issue. It's not about you moving out from where you came from to get better. That's cool, but it's the mentality of that. That means not to look down upon those who have less than you. That's the mentality. So we have to. So that's the thing about the people in hopes of people moving out of those impoverished neighborhoods and moving into something greater and better. You know, the theory of George Jefferson. Y'all remember George Jefferson? You know, I'm telling y'all my age, but y'all remember George Jefferson?
Moving on up.
Once he was staying he was staying next door to them bonkers, right? And they was poor, kind of. They was like, poor, kind of middle class, poorish. They didn't have it like that, right? So once he got his dry cleaning business going, him and Weezy and Lionel, they moved on to the big house and the big penthouse in the sky.
That's
right?
all right.
And
all
so
On
they
the
moved
Upper
there.
East Side, yes.
Right, on the east side. So they moved there and they felt like, so George Jefferson was like, okay, I'm not better than the average Negro, right? But I got a little something cool, right? And so he started building and getting money. He started hanging out with Thomas, his honky neighbor is what he called him so eloquently. Once he started hanging with him, he started kissing Mr. Whitmore's butt, right? And so then he began to do what? Sell out. Not because of him moving, but because of his energy, because of the fact that he got around certain elements and he started changing, right? And to a certain degree, you do kind of have to change, but it's not a changing where you put others down. It's not a changing where you lose your identity. You still have to keep your identity, but you still have to be that. So from the film, so I kind of disagree with that part. Then if you have certain people, they have Job Corps. So they still have Job Corps, okay? So Job Corps is something like what they were talking about, where they would take a person from many different walks of life, put them here, give them a place to live, etc. And you can stay there all the way up until you, I think it's 24 years old, 25, something like that. And they will help you to get a trade and help you to get a job, and they will work with you, and it's free, okay? And they give you a clothing allowance, and they give you benefits. So, and in so many words, to me, what's everything that's going on now, it's really up to us in certain instances. Now, certain things we can't stop. Certain things we can't stop as a race at this point in time until we really come together. However, it's certain things that we can do on an individual basis. What do I mean by that? By getting trades, by developing family businesses, developing our own wealth, our generational wealth. We can develop things like that. We can create an environment for our children to grow and our children's friends to grow, because if we build our family and then we help to show our children's friends family, hey, y'all could actually do some really great things, and then they build and they get a friend, and then it could go so forth and so on, and then we got this community, and we can buy property. It's different things that we can do as far as building generational wealth. And it makes no sense in today's society with all this technology for us not to have anything. We should. Can I be honest with you? I gotta put it out there. It's really no excuse, because people are.
I agree with you 100%, 101.
It's not like back in the day. It's not like back in the day. I mean, people could do so many things besides the typical stuff. What's the typical things? Basketball. Here, nigga, take this ball, go run. You know what I mean?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So many different things that we can do. Even on the terms of everybody wants to be on the forefront, even on the terms of teaching people how to sing, teaching people how to play basketball. There's still money in that. It's so many things that we could do. Sciences, because we need to get our children heavily involved in science, because that's where the world is developing. Now, you cannot build a nation without science. Period.
No way.
So if you want to build a nation, a true nation, you have to have science. You have to have a bank. You have to have a doctor. You need different types of doctors. You also have to have somebody that's going to sing and dance on certain levels, right? But we have to have people who are going to be invested into gathering, rising our future. But how can we really truly do that if we don't look beyond our neighborhoods?
Because of what they have done, I hate to say it, what they have done with, I'm not going to say hip hop because it's two different things. Hip hop and music
Totally
is two different
different.
things. But
Yes.
what they have done to the rap music
Mm-hmm.
to make us sell ourselves out. And they made this, they made it to where as it was they don't even have they cut out the groups. Remember, hip hop started out in groups, and you had your set of people, have I said, where everybody, even though you ate very little, but everybody got a piece of the pie. Now it's me, 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 me. And then the corporation said, the whole globe is liking this.
Right.
The whole entire globe, even the little places you never heard of, is liking this. So then they put it in their contracts. You have to degrade your women. You have to say stuff that don't make any sense. You got to talk about rock. You got to talk about killing. You know what I'm saying? So then you got to put that money up and talk about the bag, the bag, the bag. And then that carried on to now. I'm a woman, but this man have all these parties and money. Now I have to degrade myself because I want to be in the video. I want to be the vixen. You know what I'm saying? I want to go to the after parties. So now they doing all of this what you call that stuff? Now they got the OnlyFans.
OnlyFans. But nowadays you don't even have to do all that now because people have stream. It's about streaming nowadays. You don't have to even sign a record label. You don't even have to be with a record label. You don't have to sign any contracts. You can do it yourself and make probably way more because you're cutting out the middleman.
It's a catch-22 to that too, because at the end of the day, you're gonna make money independent. But if you do blow up, just like what's his name, Chance the Rapper, yeah, he said he didn't want no company, he don't be independent, but you still gotta kiss that ring because now you're gonna want a video. You gotta kiss that ring to get that video. Now you may want to be spots in movies.
If you want more money, if you want the type of gazillion dollars, but you know what I mean, you still can do things and make things happen. And another thing I want to say in that regard is that celebrities, if a celebrity ever listens to this, and I do have 2 celebrity clients, by the way, and they know my stance on this, but I must say, guess what? Y'all people do not speak for us. So I'm gonna need y'all to shut up. Shut up. Y'all do not speak for us. You do not. You stay in those castles and y'all stay in the little mud holes that y'all are in. Y'all do not speak for us. And I'm gonna need y'all to take it down a notch. You do not speak for us. T.I., you do not speak for us.
And Boosie. And Boosie,
and I know Little Boosie. I've met Little Boosie and seen Little Boosie a whole bunch of times. I'm babysat his. We ain't gonna even have that conversation. But what I'm saying is, he don't speak for us. He personally knows my stance on that.
But whatever. Send him a note to shut up.
I don't have access to him anymore. The person that had access, I no longer talk to because they have Ashade passed in 2020, which was his role manager, Hashim Nzinga, and Ashade to him because he's one of our ancestors now.
Well, so pass them a note or something. Put a stamp on it.
I don't have access to him, and I'm glad. And the last time I had access to him was when we had to take somebody connected to him to the hospital.
Because they even took the R&B out of the R&B, and then they still want to call it R&B. I'm like, how do you still have that cat? I didn't hear not one blues song yet infused with the rhythm. What are y'all talking about? Y'all rapping? Y'all got the tattoo? I mean, we're making. I don't even have we're still the joke. We was the joke then. We're still the joke now. Now if you are an artist, look how many of them are getting killed and dying. And I thought you wanted to move on up to the east side. I want to move on up to the grave side.
Yeah, because they still trying to be keeping it real. They still talking about, well, we got to keep it real. Well, how real do you want it? So they find out what real is, and then by the time they find out what real is, it's too damn late. And that's ridiculous.
Did you see, sis? I don't even know these artists, but it did make the news. And Mother Queen, did you hear about I don't even know his name. Honeycomb? I don't know his name, but he talked all that crap, and they went and burnt the damn grandparents, shot the grandparents, and burnt the house down.
No, I didn't know about that. Nope.
Yeah, that's in the news now. This just happened. I'm sorry, I can't give you guys the correct name, but it's Honeycombs or something. Combs. They burnt the house. They killed because he talked crap, and he's an artist. And he came back with a retarded response. I mean, you got your grandparents killed, and you're a rap artist. They shot him and burnt the house down. What is the name of that artist? Because now I'm mad.
No, I'm gonna have to look that up because only artist I know about that dying just within the 2 days, and I Shay made the ancestors be pleased with him as well. Was Prince Marky D from the Fat Boys.
No, I'm talking about the young boys. I'm not talking about.
No, I'm just saying that's the only artist I know about who.
What's his name now? Dad, now. Honeycombs?
I don't know. I don't keep up with most of those young folks, and because my children listen to that, they don't really, rock like that. My grandson says he's a cool kid, so he don't know nothing about them artists.
Hold on now. I don't know his name. I'm gonna put down burnt down grandparents' house and see what it
Well, somebody chat, will you please please assist us with this matter so we can conversate on that as well?
Hey, listen, his name is Honeycombs. Honeycombs Brazy. They done sat there. I'm gonna show it now. They set the grandparent, and he came with the dumbest remark. I'm like, what's wrong? Okay. They're not, this one is too graphic.
Mm-hmm.
That one too graphic. Was an Alabama rapper.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not letting me show the I'm not gonna get my video, on it.
You're right.
But this is this is the artist. I'm gonna show his face. I'm not gonna show the video, I'm just gonna show his face. Oh no, they're not showing his face. Okay, it's not on here, so I can't see it. I forgot. Thank God. But where is the goons came and shot up the grandparents' house? I said, what is wrong with y'all young kids, man? Okay, and this is what he had to say. And I'm like, okay, it says he had beef, glorifying the beef with Honeycombs and YSD Cat and Let. I don't know what none of the hell these people did, but they Honeycomb Brazy. But y'all gonna have to look that up because it's all on the YouTube, but some of the YouTubers I can't put it on here because then I'm gonna get flagged. But it's out there. But I'm saying it's going on so rampant that we have come desensitized to everything. It's to the point we have came desensitized to every single thing. When was a time when we cared? Now is we just don't care no more, Mother Star.
That's true.
We're desensitized. These folks, we are so desensitized because our community is so filled with sickness. And we're not, and a lot of us are not getting the therapy that we should. And we're not getting the therapy and the social skills in order to deal with the things that we're going through as a community, not just the things that we do to ourselves, but as well to other things that other people outside of our community who has inflicted, harm and death and spiritual warfare upon us, as well as physical warfare and medical and yada.
Which was part of the plan too. Listen, we ain't even gonna kill them no more. We gonna let them kill themselves. We ain't gonna do nothing. They're gonna destroy their own neighborhoods. They're gonna do all of this. They have mind after so good that they don't have to lift a finger no more. Mother Star, how you feel about that in current situation?
No, they don't. They don't have to lift a finger, and that was a part of the plan that was laid out. Don't think for one moment that it was just random off the tops of their heads that they did that. These are written, patented, well thought out plans and schemes, and then perpetrated on the people. They have already pre-evaluated what might happen or what the expectations will be from executing the plan. I understand that science of pre-evaluation because I do it for art and education programs, which I write. I have to always write what my expectations were, what I expect everyone to get out of it. So they already knew what would be the results. They missed a point or two, but they got it right more or less. But we have choices. We have to stop thinking of ourselves as mentally, emotionally, physically, psychically, spiritually, totally crippled. We are not. We can do everything else. If it's time to get to the club and throw your behind over the bar and twerk, you can do it. That same energy can be used to do positive things for our people. So we are capable, but we've gotten so caught. Yeah, we are caught in the muck and the mire of our addictions, our Stockholm syndrome, the traumas, the refusal, like we were saying last night, to look into the deep and dirty. We're not going to find the answers, my good sister, outside of ourselves. We have to go inward now, real deep, and confront every demon of our own. Forget about theirs. They don't have to confront their demons. They are the demon. Did we get it yet? They are. Look, Jesus said, and for all of those, no, I don't run all in and out of the churches except when I feel like going up in there. But Jesus said, I love Yeshua, that the enemy comes to do what? To kill, to steal, and destroy.
Right.
That was the plan. And they have won thus far. And we know this. We have not accepted the fact that that is the enemy. We still have expectations and hopes for them to do something for us. The only way out of that is to make some correct choices. Like the good doctor was saying, there has to be now sessions of therapy, intense therapy. We are dealing with mental and emotional illnesses which are manifesting in the physical that we are refusing to deal with. We're caught up in the world of things. The things aren't going to help us out of this. The better house, the better car, whatever it is that we think is going to help us out. Those things aren't going, unless you self-examine and go in there and clean up the filth, it is not going to happen. And I don't care who you blame, who did it, and we know they did it. We know they are to blame, but that was up to a certain point. There's something called conscious responsibility, and we are refusing. And because we are reaping the whirlwind. We are reaping the karma. You send something in the universe, it's a cyclical effect, a boomerang effect. It is coming back to you. And our own stuff is coming back, and it's coming through the children, what we did not fix in the self. So that's my take on it. You always take it to a deeper spiritual level, because life for us and for everybody on the planet is more than just a body, B-O-D-Y, and more than just the mind. The mind itself is a construct. We need to go real deep and clean up the mess. Frances Cress Welsing, these are the types of people who have to work with us, and she's no longer with us, but she left us a legacy. And there are many sociologists, psychiatrists, psychologists, therapists of all kinds among us who are par excellence. We have to get ourselves to these people, or they have to come to us. Somebody got to meet in the middle. This has to be cleaned up. Don't expect the same demon. They did what they did, and you end up in this mess to clean it up. Forget it. So we're wasting too much energy on that. That is the nature of the beast. They are not going to.
They killed both grandparents, Ms. Rod.
We're refusing. It's our refusal and reluctance that is causing the problem now. No, they don't have to do anything else. They can sit back and relax, because what they did to us was like taking a time release pill. With the plan that was done in the beginning and all what they did is now releasing like a time release pill. You know, if you it says take this, and 6 hours later, it'll still be kicking. And this is what's happening. It's still kicking in. But that has an end. There's an end to the time release. But how many of us it'll take down? I don't know how many it'll take out. So what's left, the fragments, the remnant, we'll just have to carry on. We'll have to carry on, plain and simple. There's no choice. We don't have a choice. Yeah, we have no choice. Yeah. So
Dr. Mara, kick it, Sandy.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. What I almost went WrestleMania on you. I
was my other main co-host. I'm keeping y'all forever.
Good.
I know. I think we did a 5-hour last night.
Well,
I could have flown to Morocco and taught a belly dance class and come back.
Well, it would have been a quick belly dance class for me, because I'm only gonna go around a couple of times and I'm like, hey, we finished. Well, go ahead, Dr.
Right. But so what happens in our community is that we don't want to deal with the real issues. We're going to scurry around the real issues. We don't want to acknowledge that little baby and fufu is just kind of bad, you know. We don't want to
and nuck.
Yeah, nut. We don't want to deal with little sugar baby, you know. And then we don't. And let me tell you what's even deeper. We don't want to deal with the fact that we created little baby.
Yeah, please. Doctor, I am so happy to be with you this evening. It came from us, and it was nurtured in our households.
Yes.
So what you gonna say?
Exactly, because we allowed little baby to watch too many gangster films instead of, and if you're gonna do that, you didn't explain to little baby, hey, this has been a reality that has happened. However, you don't have to choose this lifestyle. You don't have to be that. And we didn't.
That could be a teaching tool. Yes, absolutely correct.
And we didn't balance that energy. We didn't make little baby feel better. We call little baby dumbass to his face.
Hello.
We talked about little baby's father. Well, we chose him. Well, we chose little baby's father. We chose him to do perfectly well, because his baby mama before had said, hey, baby senior sucks.
Yes. Like Nikki Giovanni last night telling Baldwin, the absolute global statesman of elegance of all times, telling him that I want that man to come, just lie to me, just jive to me, just fake it with me like you do the white man. Really?
Right, and that's what happens. Right. That's what happens. And that's why it's like it is. And then you complain, why he don't love me? Well, he told you in the gate he wasn't gonna love you, and you tried to force him into loving you and changing, and he was not ready. Not that he's not capable of change, but he has to change because he wants to change.
Right. What did Maya Angelou tell them? When they tell you who they are and demonstrate that in the beginning, believe it. Right. I don't know too many leopards that change their spots.
And they don't.
I really don't.
But unless they want to, unless the leopard say, you know what, I'm tired of being a dang leopard. I don't have leopard skin no more. You know, I just want polka dot. I want polka dot because polka dot is really cleansing. It really cleanses my spirit and my soul. But hey, you gotta decide on what you want to do. But we can't condemn that and then say, well, you know, what's wrong with little baby? You know what I mean? Well, you know what's wrong with little baby. You put it on the
right, and then slap little baby down in the floor.
Exactly.
And head on out to the club. Head out to the club with half your clothes on so you can twerk.
Exactly.
And by the way, all you young ladies out there, I hope you're looking at this fabulous program tonight. We tired of looking at your behinds. This is getting to be a bit much. You know what my mother told me years ago? Be careful about looking at people's naked butts. It's bad luck for the rest of your life.
She ain't lying.
Mom told me that too. We used to call them Martin. She used to call them.
That's all we're seeing from a lot of our women and girls. And then crazy white girls got a nerve to be going and buying backsides and go and get Bunetics class so they can do it. Something has run afoul here. You know, I'm just borrowing one of those Shakespeare terms. Something has run afoul. No, they don't have to do anything else. We've done it all at this point. We've taken over the job of destroying ourselves. And some people do it just for fun. Yeah, you got these weirdos and these freaks and perverts who do it just for fun.
And then
they destroy themselves and others just for fun. There's a thrill. There's something that they get out of it. There's a release. There's something they get out of it. You know, so we have all kinds of psychological stuff that has to be cleaned up, and it starts with self. It don't matter what the caveman does, it doesn't do. We got to take care of this. Yeah.
And that's why you got to do it individually within the home. You got to start within your home, because I think a lot of problems. Okay, so let's deal with this. A lot of people problems within society. What they want to do is they want to go outside of the home, try to correct every dang on thing else outside of the home instead of correcting things within the home. So it's
in the home.
So it starts with self. You got to start with yourself and say, okay, self, I'm jacked up. This is how I'm jacked up. Okay, this is what I can do to fix self. Okay, and now let me look at my kids. Okay, oh, children, look at you. Okay, Bob, okay, we got to figure out how we're going to make you better. We're going to have to and fix the things that I've done to alienate you as my son, because I tried to make you into my husband, you know, and I ran your dad away. Possibly, or I chose your daddy knowing that he wasn't good for us, right? So
yeah,
you have to look at all.
And then mothering the husband. We're looking at a deep level and a very strange and perverted level of incest, psychological incest, like we call it, psychological incest. So this has got to stop. And do you really? I'm just repeating myself at this point. Do you really expect those who created the plan to and carried it out on you to correct that? No.
I gotta step out for a little while. Hopefully y'all be back on. I got a client I gotta deal with. So I really appreciate y'all. Hopefully y'all be back on within an hour.
No, we might be gone, but we will expect to see you tomorrow. I don't know what it's gonna be.
I appreciate y'all.
You go get that money.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, my sister.
Nice
you have my
mother.
You have my love and my gratitude. I appreciate your brilliance. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate yours as well as yours, Shug, and as well as everybody else in the chats. Thank you, Maz, and thank you, chat folks.
Yes, that's my regular co-host, but now I got two regular co-hosts. I'm lucky. You got to get the magnifying glass.
Yes, I need to see what the percentage is of juice that I have left in this phone, And the stuff is so, see, these glasses, it's hard to understand when I tell people only bring me up to less than half your 2020, to less than half your 2020. It doesn't give me 2020. And so without them, I need a cup of cane and a dog. Are you hearing me now? You getting it? Yeah,
Yes.
I'm serious. Right.
Yes.
And if I drop the glasses, I'm gonna be down on the floor feeling gross. And you might not see me for a minute till I find them. Usually I'll step on them and break them. This is how serious this is. I have no eye illnesses or diseases, exceptionally small eyeball that does not hold light. And if the eyeball doesn't hold light, things are not magnified. And here's a great lesson on life, a deep lesson on life. It is light that magnifies. Take that to your science labs and teach it out. Right.
Now
it's light that magnifies. So I don't have enough light to magnify stuff for me. But it's cool. I do all right. I do all right. There's never been anything I wanted to do that I didn't do. So it shows you obstacles mean nothing. Yeah, obstacles are,
Real talk. I wish you would have been in here earlier, but check out yesterday's. I tell people all the time, they can fast forward, rewind. You don't have to watch the whole thing, but yesterday was powerful. Today was just as powerful too with Queen Mother. But we don't, even the other day before that, please try to go back and look at some of that. But try to go back and watch the replay. You can fast forward it, but I need for y'all to see that conversation between Nikki Giovanni and James Baldwin. And the way we broke it down, we stopped it a lot because I had to stop it a lot because I wanted people to understand, what he was doing and how resistant she was and how he handled her with so much gentle and so much care. But she gets in there. I guarantee you she gets it now. I'm gonna find a recent one of her. And I bet you everything has changed. I bet you.
Yeah, she went way past that. That was youth. What we were looking at was youth. All youth is like that across the board. All races, all religions. That is one of the key characteristics of youth. They're testing their strength. As my mother used to say, they're smelling themselves. You know what I'm saying? So Baldwin already knew that. He had been through it himself. So he expected that and knew how to handle it. But when you have that in mass and you're trying to deal with it at a total racial level, it is such a tremendous amount of work and energy. It will decrease the years of your life. Most of the people I know who do what I do, who do what you're doing, who do what a whole lot of people are doing, we are doing all the time. We can stop believing that we're not doing, we are. It takes us out of the game early. It sucks the vital life force out of it. It is not an easy job to deal with that kind of mental, spiritual, devastating illness. It takes us down early. Most folks if they get past 60, 70, 80, doing this kind of work, please. I had to leave therapeutic units because it was aging me and killing me. All my teeth started falling out. My dreadlocks that were there, I was sitting on them, all of them fell out. Nervous habits, started drinking too much after work, going after the therapeutic things, therapeutic specialist, recreation therapeutic specialist. Have to go to a pub to get myself straight enough to get on the subway and go home. And this is with other people's crap, not mine, other people's story. They will take you out. I have many friends who are dead and buried, Black psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers, and so on, because we're taking on, illness can be taken on. It can be taken. We need to go to the levels of metaphysics to understand what's truly happening. That's why we keep saying all of this out here is not going to help you. We got to go in. And they become a vampire and parasite spirits. They eat you down to the bone and they give nothing back. When you're helping people who can fuse you as well and give some energy back, That's give and take. It's a beautiful thing. But when you have this massive feeding with this resistant and people possessed of all kinds of energies and spirits and entities, please, this is, I left the realm out there. Like I said, I don't even do these kinds of interviews and panels anymore. Lifetime, I do not do it. I cut that out altogether. I did my share, let somebody else do it. This channel here, yours, is the second one I've done like this in many, maybe 20, 30 years, and I don't intend to. I got my health back. Right. Now let somebody else do it. Yeah, somebody else has to do it.
People watch the replay. So, and then these videos there. So your teaching is very valuable.
Yes. And I'm always teaching. I'm still called to lecture and do stuff like that. I still have that life, but not with this mess down in the field, in the dirt, in the muck and mire. I'm not going there. You are not, God gave me this breath, and your demon ain't taking it. I don't care how sick you are. You have choices. One of my psychiatrist friends, she's dead and gone, poor thing, beautiful woman. 20 years, she had one particular client. It took her 20 years to realize this person isn't trying to go to get better. They're feeding. She said she would actually examine her neck after session with this particular person to see how badly she was bitten. And while she was dripping over the desk after they left, after 20 years, she said, you know what? The woman walked in with the same story, doing the same mess. And she said, get out or I'll kill you. The woman went out of the office. She locked her door, got her stuff, cleaned her desk, and left and never came back to her office. You know, they're not taking me there. Like I said, God gave me this breath. Get your, look, you know what? I had a poster on the wall when my kids were little. And it said, I know I can't, I'll just say another word in place of, you know, sugar, honey, iced tea. It said, get thy poop together. I made my children go and look at that on the wall every single day. You know, I love it. Get your thing together.
I think I need that for my son. But you know what I noticed? You can elaborate on it. I noticed that, and it's sad that dysfunctional cells, dysfunctional makes money, because everything we see now is dysfunctional, but it's a $1 billion business. Like all these reality shows and all these is nothing positive. No, it's all dysfunctional.
And guess what? They don't have to give you that. They don't owe you that. That was not in the plan. Don't expect it. Don't expect it. So which means if you're not expecting it, you have to do something yourself. It's not, you're not going to get that. Don't even injure yourself expecting it. We know they do that. $1 billion business. We feed into it. We have choices. We have to stop doing that. You can use it as a teaching tool. I let my kids, there's a whole lot of ugly stuff that I actually forced them to sit down and watch, you know, and I instructed and talked throughout. This is what it is. This is what they did. This is what they're going to do. You have a choice. What are you going to do? Now go sit down and write me a paper. I want to know exactly what you're going to do. And I want to see it in Word, and then give me a piece of artwork, text and illustration, it's called. And then I want you to speak it and tell me what you feel. We got to do the work. I mean, there's just no way out of this mess, or we'll stay down in the slop.
I think another way that can help, because you know I do deal with kids. I'm sorry, out of 100% of the kids, 90% of those kids' parents need parental classes. I mean, I think that somewhere down the line, I don't care, it don't have to be from a professional, it could be from an elder or somebody, but now the grandmas have gotten younger.
Yes,
remember, the grandmothers used to be 50 and 60. Now the grandmothers are in their 30s and in their 40s. So they still, like, my kids are grown, so I'm going to go out there and twerk with these younger girls. So now the younger kids are having these babies. Grandma is not there no more. Like, you're not taking that baby nowhere. I'm keeping my own brain. They don't have that. A lot of these younger kids, believe it or not, are stuck with their own kids because grandma is younger. Grandma,
well, you know what?
man,
you know how we used to solve that. You made it your bed. You made the bed. You sleep in it. You got to lie in it. You made that baby. You got to take care of it. And guess what? My mother was barely 16 when I was born. She was married at 15. So me and my mother, she's 94. I'm 77. We damn near the same age. You know, she was a child, and she had to take care of the business no matter what. And that's it. We're not holding anybody accountable. You stuck there, you took yourself out. You didn't, keep your skirt down and your legs closed. You didn't do that. You making bones, they used to call it. You making bones, and you're gonna take care of the bones.
Right, like recipes are not being passed down. Family lineage is not being passed down. So a lot of things are not being passed down because grandma is now the thought. I hate to say it. You know,
guess what? I was a grandmother in my 30s. My daughter was 15 when she had the first grandchild. Then a few years later came another.
But you wasn't a thought. The grandma now's a thought.
Well, you know what? They're gonna thought themselves off the planet because the rest of us who understand what needs to be done are not going to slit our wrists and let them suck off of our necks and take us down along with them. There's just going to be a whole lot of them left out there.
From what I see with these kids, and then I had this one boy, I'm going to tell this one story. And, you know, I'm the type of person, I am like, don't have, my emotions are for different things. My emotions, like, for people, people like, oh, you don't have no emotion. No, my emotions is for real life problems, real life things. I don't give emotions to bull-ish. So we had the two boys that used to come to us every day in the summer. They got a jacket on. They got the jacket on. One got a sweater. I'm like, it's 100 degrees. I'm like, my God. So every day they'll stay there, and we used to get them like shopper carts of the food that was left. Then I had to go buy the kids socks, but that's not what hurt me. The boy sat there, got dressed one day, right? Mama Love. Now you Mama Love. Your new name is Mama Love. I slipped out and that Mama Love.
Whatever. Sounds good to me.
Mama Love. I'm telling you, one day he came in, his head was up. He was like a proud father, but he was like 8 years old. He came in there all proud, like he got the best job ever. And he was with his brother. And he's like, my mother's coming to get me today. I'm like, oh, that is so nice. But my intuition said, no, she's not. So he came and he was just so happy. And then the next day, the boy came back, and his mother never, because he was left with the uncle and the uncle girlfriend, and they wasn't feeding. How you send a boy out with a coat on? I had to go get the boy school supplies, book bags, and I was like, and this is my dime. My dime. See, I'm not one of them people that even though you could get the grants, but the grants is for certain things. I'm the type of person, I don't wait to go beg in the community. I'm like, Lord, I know you'll find a way to give it back to me. I do this off my own dime. So I was about ready to buy the boys school clothes and everything. But every day when my mother's coming, and I wanted to cry, I wanted to say, your mother is not coming no time soon. You know, but you can't say that to him. But that day he came in so proud and so happy. He was clean cut and everything. He did that on his own. how these parents let these kids down. And then you think you're leaving him with a brother and a girlfriend, and they misusing them. Like, and then I tell all these people all the time, even the bourgeoisie parents, let me explain to you guys something. I said, there is no thing as at-risk kids in a particular area. Every child is at risk. I don't care how much money you got. Because this thing called peer pressure, and I think the guy brought that up in the video. Anytime a boy start to smile at you, or they pass you that joint, or they pass you that drink, or you have now became an at-risk person, an at-risk kid. Nobody kid is better than the next kid. You may be doing better in life than them, but once they get amongst their peers, they are all the same. So get that out of your mind that your kid is better. No, your kid too. I be hating to tell them, your kid too. Your kid's shirt rose up too. Now her butt stuck out too. She was looking at that boy too. You know, a lot of people, hey, it is. Don't just look at them. That's why I don't judge. Don't look at them girls calling them hot and talking about how bad their parents are and they parent. No, your kid is still with their kid though. See, this is what people don't understand. It's not about you. And it's not just about you and yours. You have to save the next person's child too, because that may be your child's best friend, something you don't even know. That may be the one. How many straight A kids he'll hook up with the wrong crowd, and then the parents wonder about what happened. But if you would have stepped in and invited that kid in your house and maybe show that kid a different way, or took like we used to take them like to the basketball games, to like the Brooklyn Nets, or we take them to the to see the Knicks, or I always try to do something. Not to mind you, my community barely helps. And I run this program. I run the best way that I can. But the ancestors give me the strength, you know. So I believe they need parents in classes. They need self-esteem classes. They need love classes. They need, they need to get with somebody like you that's going to give them some spiritual classes. They need it all, sister. Mother love. Need it all. We need
every single sector of our Black population has to pool in and help. I don't care what level you're on. If you're sweeping the floor and you're a good floor sweeper, the children need to be sent to you because they dirty floors. They should have to clean them up. They need to know how to sweep a floor. A lot of them are living in absolute squalor when they do not have to because they're nasty, and they have become accustomed to living nasty, slovenly, trifling. Animals lick themselves to clean themselves. We have fallen below the animals. It has to stop.
I had parents coming up there when the kids got paid. I had the parents at work before the child got there, because they get their money on the card, right? I heard what the hell is going on here? Every day, you know, you experience something. I'm like, how do you beat the kid? Kid belong here at 7. They did it. Did my son money go through? I'm like, listen, I don't have nothing to do with that. That's the city. We do the summer. And they like,
we have
can you call?
Yes.
They were like, I'm like, no.
There's been a great fall. A great fall and a dysfunction generally across the board. Yeah. So we got to get real down on the ground and pick it up. We ain't gonna pick it up from up high. We gotta all hands on deck. In other words, anything that you can do. Anything. Anything. And churches, look, they're collecting these tithes, and they have these huge arenas with 4, 5, 6, 8, 10,000 people in an arena like a football stadium, and monitors all over the place, bigger than tripleplex cinemas, and the preacher stand like a little dot at a podium because you don't have to look at him anymore. Just look at the monitor, and they have people in their church, in these churches, who cannot pay gas and electric, who cannot pay rent, who go into the soup kitchen and the food pantry basket every week. And pastor got on $1,500 bedroom slippers, $10,000 suits, and their daughters are buying $50 million houses, and the daughter is under 25. Give me a break. If you don't give this, Jesus won't bless you. You won't be saved. You won't be born again. Well, then I won't be, because you're not getting my money. That's for me to pay my bill. My tithe is my gift of my personal and authentic beauty and my skills to my people. And I don't care what your book said. Yes, I don't care what your book said, because somebody put that in there.
That's not
for that very reason.
Remember when they was in the temple and they started selling stuff, Jesus started flipping them tables over. He said, "You were
right." And look, he wasn't cute about it. He was a bad boy. He didn't say, "Now you guys." He called all kinds of, you know what? Yeah. See, he was a bad boy. That's why he could never be in one place more than one night. Once he opened his mouth and said the very things we're saying here, he had to move on. It got so bad one day, boyfriend, didn't he have to hit the water, him and Peter? Get out in the middle of the boat. They were still after him. They were on shore. He couldn't go back there. He got out and walked on the water. He couldn't go back for sure. Yeah. So what we have to do, we have to walk, like Jesus, we got to walk on the water. We have to do what we didn't think we could do, because we can't go now backwards. The shore is symbolic, a metaphor for going backwards. We can't, our messed and chased us too. And what we're opening our mouths and saying, girl, I can't tell you how many times I had to leave the country in the middle of the night, just run to the airport with a handful of money and say, just give me a ticket to anywhere, with our folks hounding me to death because of my lectures on authenticity and naturalness of our hair and our skin. How all the stuff we're doing to ourselves is getting into our kidneys, our liver, a brain damage, formaldehyde going on our hair, and all kinds of other stuff to be in accordance with what somebody else's idea of beauty is. I'm telling you, they took me apart at the seams. Remember those old message machine tapes you had for when your phone rang and you had the little message machine? Mine would collect at least 300. They would break my machine every day. My husband had to keep a machete by the door for him creeping through the basement, coming up the elevator, knocking on my door with craziness. Our people, and no white people ever come up on me like that. I had to leave and go to other people's country to get a night's sleep away from our people and their trauma, and cussing me out, calling me all kinds of stuff. How dare you? A sister whose dreadlocks were down to and this shows you how no matter how we manipulate the form, we still haven't cleaned the inside, were down to almost her ankles. She had to wear them in a bag hanging in over her shoulder. That's how thick and long the dreadlocks were. Something wrong with that to begin with. Something wrong there, but I won't go into that right now. I'm doing a lecture. She's out there in the audience, and she starts screaming at me. How dare you suggest our children ought to go nappy? And I'm looking at her with the nappy hair in the bag, down to in the stuff, the amount of stuff that was all up in, I'll bet you was 40 animals all up in them locks. You can't come in here with that. How dare you? And I said, what are we hearing and listening to? And she reached for me. I had on a belt, a snake belt, a snakeskin belt. I make all kinds of things. The belt jumped off my waist, and the brother who was hosting the occasion said, "Oh Lord, man, the sister snake then jumped off her waist. We got to get her out of here." My people, wasn't no white people in there acting like that. We didn't let them in. We didn't let them anywhere near us. And this was a great holistic center created by Black people. I mean, this was unbelievable. So what are we talking about? The sister just said it, the good doctor who had to leave. Mental illness, mental illness.
We've been around each other they kept us locked in with each other for so long. We only know how to fight each other. We don't know how to fight the real enemies. And no, we're not saying we just speaking fact. This is our Black History Month. So
no, this is true. They can go, anybody who wants to deal with the truth. I will never tell you anything I don't have receipts for. I ain't that stupid. I had mobs chasing me. Right. They didn't chase me because I didn't have the facts and figures. They chased me because I did, and they couldn't deal with the truth. So I had to come out of the world for long periods of time to get away from them and keep away from them. I closed one of the most fabulous businesses I had ever created. First time on the planet Earth, Earthlocks, a natural botanical grooming system for natural hair, for dreadlocks in particular. Everything you see out there in dreadlock grooming is based on my work. My company is called Earthlocks. I'm patented, I'm trademarked. It had never been done before on the planet Earth. Girl, they drove me so crazy. They drove me so crazy, I lost all of my sight. One night it was just, with our nappy hair trauma. I lost all of my sight, left me. And like I was just telling you, I'm not willing to give them any more of this. God gave me this. This is mine. And I was crawling in the floor. My husband saw me. He said, "What's the matter?" I said, "I can't see anything." I mean, I went totally blind. He picked me up. He went back to his room. I had my boudoir. He had his room. We visited. It was lovely. And he didn't dare come in there unless I said, "You can come in." And if he wanted to come, he would knock on the door. And I shouldn't be saying this on the thing here, but I'll be careful what I say. And he would knock, and I'd say, "Come in." He opened the door. He'd have his boxer shorts on a broomstick. "Can I come in, dear?" Anyway, so and I would say, "No, not tonight, dear. I'm busy." So anyway, right. But that man gave me cash money, which was our rent, and said, "Get yourself out of town." I went to an airport, and it was American Airlines. I didn't even know, well, you know how all the airlines are lined up in one airport terminal. And I ran up to a desk, frantic, screaming, "I got to get the F out of here. I got to get the F." Somebody wrote me a ticket. They saw how desperate I was, and they guided me to the gate and all of that. I get in there, I get on the plane. I have a loss of memory as to how long it took me to do all this and what I saw and what I did as I'm going to get on the plane. I have a total loss of memory because this is what your people will do to you. They have killed most of my holistic friends with their stupidness. I get on the plane and I wake up in a few hours and I heard, buenos dias, señores y señores. I said, "Where the hell am I?" I was in Puerto Rico. I said, "Lord have mercy." I said, "Did they serve the drinks yet?" She said, "They served drinks, they served everything. You were sleeping. We didn't want to disturb you." I said, "Lord, Father," I didn't even have hotel reservations, but I had been a travel agent. I was a travel agent for about 10 years or so. And I knew not to be fearful of getting what I needed. I just told a taxi, "Take me into town and take me to a hotel close enough to the airport, and I'll take a couple of days there and plan where else I want to stay." And it was Martin Luther King's birthday. And that's how I spent Martin Luther King's birthday, steeped in tears, losing my mind. I mean, I pulled half my dreadlocks out of my hair that I was sitting on. My people and they nappy head problems, issues. We are sicker than we think. And that's where the problem is. We are not admitting to the depth and the level of our illness. And we are responsible for cleaning up. Nobody's going to do it. And if you make an effort, they will drag you down if you do too much. We must be allowed now to clean up our own mess and also to suffer some of the consequences of not doing it. You can't always clean stuff up for people, but they do not learn. You know how you used to have to put a dog's nose in its own poop to teach them not to poop on the floor?
Yeah, not mine, but
God is the creator is putting our nose in our own poop. I'm very graphic. I don't apologize for that. We need that. We need that. No soft soaping and yeah. Poopy, baby. We don't need that. All of that stuff.
So my dog thinks he's a cat, and my cat thinks he's a dog. You know, so it's kind of, I gotta raise him like I raise a cat, and my cat like I raise a dog.
Yes, yes. Because we have an animal nature in us. We all have a beast and animal nature. That's why spiritual laws were written. Spiritual laws were written to subdue the animal nature of man. When you stop dealing with certain, I'm not talking about religion, with certain spiritual laws that have to do with truth, then that's when we fall. That's how the whole kingdom civilization of the family of man has fallen, from billions and millions and thousands and hundreds, and now we're right here, 2021. We have fallen away from the deep spiritual laws that keep our connection to what is real. And we got to go there. It ain't about religion or beliefs or paradigms or any of that stuff. What you ate, who you slept with, none of that. It's about, we got to now do the dirty work. Well, we've been saying this, we've come around full circle. We've said this for what, 3 sessions? Yeah, we've come full circle. And my thing on it is not to end with, oh, no, we can do it. We've done it before. We've always done it. And we better do it. There's no choice. There's no choice. We can't afford to lose another Laila Afrika, Dr. Laila Afrika, Dr. Dilbert Blair. These are giants and geniuses. Credo Mutwa, South Africa, Sangoma. Do you know how they tortured that brother? Well, a world class, he would take you back into cosmos for our history. I mean, this is revered by every other race except us. And his own people of South Africans burned his house down. They just took him out to the point where his health was messed. This brother was deeper. I can't explain him. You must go to your videos and stuff and find Credo Mutwa, my Lord. Creator sick of us. We've been given more than enough. We have been spoiled with all of what we were given. And we have abused it and misused it. And it weakened us to the point where these cave people, the wild man was able to get in, because there's no reason why he should have been able to get in to Africa in the first place and do this devastation, or to any other place. Something in us fell through. That we don't want to deal with.
Well, you got to remember, we was only used to our type of evil. We wasn't known to their type of evil. But I would like to say now, tomorrow, are you familiar? Now, I'm not going to tell you because you're going to look at it, but I'm going to tell you anyway, right? I like for you just to be just as shocked as me. But tomorrow, are you familiar with the James Baldwin speak at UC Berkeley?
I have seen everything that James Baldwin did. Remember, I told you that I knew him. I partied in his house in his brownstone in Harlem. I ran in the same circle. So I was there live while he was doing this stuff. I didn't have to go and see any the films and this and that. I was there. I was a part of it as it was happening. We spoke these things in his house. I had the nerve to tell him once, James, I had his sisters, by the way, were among my first students for teaching them my technique for natural botanical care of lock hair. His sisters, they stayed with me a year or so. Every week they came, and then they took the business down to, I think, Atlanta or whatever. And I went to a party and said, James, had the nerve to call him man James, young people can be real crazy. So I did it. He looked at me the same way he looked at Nikki Giovanni. And I said, I've done so-and-so and so-and-so, just like she was telling Baldwin, Nikki was telling Baldwin, and so-and-so and so-and-so. And I said, one day you will ask for my autograph. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Youth is stupid. And he looked at me and he said, perhaps One day I will. And he popped them eyes, child. I went to the kitchen.
But that would
yes.
be, but that would be tomorrow's topic, unless you would like to cover something else. Would that be okay with you, or you would like to cover
whatever you do. That's your call, because this is your platform. And when I come in to do this stuff, unless you have asked me in advance to create a program for you, because usually I don't take a contract unless I have 6 months, a year to 6 months to work on it. I don't sign a contract with anybody unless I do that. And I'm talking corporations and so on. I need that much time for prep for certain things. And I'm gonna give you like you ain't never had it before. But for this kind of thing, this is your thing. You choose, that's why I always ask you if you have questions. If I design a thing for you, then I'm gonna run it. And I'm a terrible taskmaster. Girl, you want to see the girl on wheels? Oh, Lord. When people are with me just naturally, they say, what a sweetie, how knowledgeable. But when they have to work under me with something that I put out there, that's a different story. They'll tell you that one too. One sister wrote up an article about me. I think it might have been New York Post or one of them things. She's a witch.
And what month was you born in? I'm gonna tell you what
let me see if you can guess that one.
You just remind me of a bull.
Excuse me?
Remind me of a bull. Remind me of a bull.
Of course I'm a bull.
You is a Taurus, right?
Absolutely.
You didn't think I was gonna know that, right? People think I don't know what I say. And so is my my other co-host. You didn't know I knew you was a Taurus, right? Because Taurus control the throat chakra.
No, you hit it spot on. You hit it spot on. That's why when I've had enough, yeah. In a book can take a lot of time.
I noticed you and my co-host talk just like she another book. I kept saying this lady's a Taurus. That's why
I didn't want to cut into too much of her time, but that's why I made sure I said to her, I'm clairvoyant, clairaudient, and clairsentient. I was born that way. I work with gurus and all kinds of stuff, okay? I wanted her to know that because I needed some more response from her so I could nail where she was coming from. I said, that's another bull energy. I could feel it. Yeah, I can feel it.
She's a mini you. That's why she came with
we bulldoze our way through something if we have to. We can carry a lot of weight. We can take a lot of punishment. Our backs are very thick. Our hearts are very soft. And oftentimes we open up too much and people drain us out because they see that we can take so much. We get a lot of feeders. I'm very careful. I attract a lot of feeders, feeding energy people, barnacles who will hop on your back and take a ride to get to where they want to go. You know, that's how with a whale, all those incrustations on a whale's back, those are barnacles. They're living creatures. They can't travel the sea. They don't have the energy to travel the expanse of a deep sea, an ocean. So they ride on the back of a whale. They encrust themselves and feed and drain, and they get to wherever the whale is going. So Taurus people have a way of attracting barnacle energies, and we have to be extraordinarily very careful.
And tell my other co-hosts, because y'all can talk about, but I tell my people like, oh, it's not real. I said, yes, it is. I said, I can tell. I've been around people because I'm a people person. So I learned, I look at people, I'm like, this when I was young. These act like, why all these act like this. But when I heard your throat chakra,
yes,
I said, she's a Taurus because she knows how to articulate.
Yes, and this is where my energy comes from. And guess what? At a psychic level, metaphysical level, esoteric level, that is your psychic center.
Yes.
All your psychic abilities come from there in your throat center. And I use my throat a lot. When I work on stage, people are amazed at how well I can become the character because I've learned to use my throat. I can give you any voice you want. Once I hit that button, I can give you any voice. And if I have an audience, I've dealt with audiences of as much as 2,000, and the microphones went down, and I have been paid in advance. I can hit the back wall with this voice, but I can't overtax it. It is a gift. And when a Taurus overtaxes their voice, you got a problem. You got a real, we get very sick. The entire body gets sick. So I have to understand how to use register. I can bring it way down, almost baritone, and way up soprano when it's necessary. But
you got some more books in here. You can't see the chat, but we got some more books. Well, what you thought I was going to say? Because you didn't know.
Are they showing you some? Are they showing you some horns emojis, some bull emojis?
No, they just say but you didn't know I was going to hit it in the first time. What did you thought I was going to say?
In the first, what was that? I did not hear what part of what you said.
You didn't know. What did you think I was going to say when I asked you?
Oh, with the book, with the my astrological thing. Yeah. Well, you know what? I knew you had it. No, I didn't think you were going to say anything other than what you said. I don't try to pre-guess anybody. I told you I'm a heavy-duty psychic. I'm called all over the place for that too. And I knew you had it. I knew you had it. Yeah, so I didn't doubt you at all, and I didn't think you were going to say anything other than what you said. That's why I kept repeating. What did you say? What did you say? Say it again. Say it again. I wanted them to hear it before I verified it.
The bull.
I wanted your viewers to hear, your chat to hear it before I verified it. Always ask 3 times for confirmation, okay? I asked you 3 times. What did you do? What did you say it again? I'm on code with my spirit. I knew you had it. You had to have it.
Thank you.
only a bull would come in here and tear up the way that I have. I have ripped through 3 sessions already with you. I've had no sleep. Yesterday, I had coffee in the morning, veggies and fruit through my juice extractor, and I had nothing else for the rest of the day. You came on at 6:30, and we weren't off of here until 12. So I went an entire day with a cup of coffee and a glass of juice.
No, but
I'm up and running. I'm a bull.
2 hours early. We 2 hours early. And I would like to thank all of you guys who came in here. Please watch the rerun. Yesterday was powerful. I mean, every panel we have with Mother Love. And then we have my other sister on here who's also very powerful.
Sister Mathis. Yeah. She was a stabilizing force. I want her to know if she's watching to that how much I appreciate her energy, because people like me, I'm extraordinarily energetic. A lot of people can't be around me. I'll blast you out of the room just by sitting there and being quiet. And the last thing you want me to do is be quiet. That's worse. Just let me talk, because if I get quiet on you, I'll move the furniture around without getting up out of my seat. So I have kinetic energy. So I am by myself most of the time. I'm a recluse. I live like a monk because people can't stand it. They can't stand it. In fact, among my Native American, I'm initiated medicine woman with Iroquois Confederacy. Among them, they have some names for me that you wouldn't believe. They understand that energy, so I can, it doesn't worry them. But other people who don't understand that energy have serious problems with it. So usually a stabilizing force, like the sister yesterday, and she was a bull also, you said? No, Dr. Amira. Okay. The sister Mathis had a clarity and a calmness, yes, and a centeredness about her that I was able to get into her vibrational wavelength, her own resonance, and keep myself from just flip-flopping. When I looked at that video last night, I said, daggone, I was all over the place, weaving and bobbing. I said, you are not, brother, what's his name, Sonny, listen and wonder, why are you weaving and bobbing? You didn't be still for a minute. So today I promised myself I would be still. And I looked at my eyes were flipping every kind of way. Did you see my eyes? Go back and take a look at it. At one point, they were going from side to side like window washers. That meant that they were telling me, okay, enough, enough. We need to rest. And when I don't rest, that's what they do. That's what they do. So I looked at it. I said, oh, God, the audience had to see that. I know they think this is a wild woman, but yes, I am. Yes, I am. I am totally loose, authentically wild. And I don't care who knows it. I do not apologize. So that means that there are only certain kinds of people, you know, who can handle all of that energy. But there are times when I go into the still, the quiet, and I can go months without opening a mouth and saying a single word. I'm totally inside. And that's where all the information I have comes from, not from my reading and studying, even though I supplement with that, not from going out and traveling there. I supplement with that. And all I'm doing when I do all of that is verifying what I already have intuited. So my life is very strange, sister. It's strange and it's a gift. It's a gift and it's a difficult journey. That's why I had to learn before they killed me out there to come out from the world. Kingdom of heaven is within. Wow. Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all else will be added, and the kingdom of heaven is within, and that's where I reside. When I come out to the world, okay, I'm ready for you. Yes. But it drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. But you know, that's what it is. Each one of us have something else, some challenge, some gift, something. And don't ever expect any of us to do the same, say the same, be the same, honor and respect every single one of us, because it is the divine, the God within that we're looking at and talking to. When I'm talking to you, I really don't give a rat's hiney if your hair is long or short, if you're brown, if you're white, if you're green, if your eyes are blue, pink, or yellow, how many boyfriends, how much money you got. I am focusing in on your divinity. That's the only way I can deal. Otherwise, I'd be done hurt a whole bunch of people up in here. You know, I would be a terrible person. Yes, because if I let my mind take over, they would have to take me somewhere and tranquilize me to keep me off of people. Yes. So, hey, so I need to see the God in you, and I'm able to do it. I don't care if you're a mass murderer. I will find the God particle in you, and it is for me to stabilize me. It ain't got nothing to do with you, really. It keeps me from all of this. You see all this madness these kids are doing? This is what's happening with our children. Oh, I thank you for that point about what has happened to our children. They are unable to see the God in themselves. They are unable to see that divinity and that sacredness in anything or anyone else.
Foot said, she don't want no smoke. She don't want no smoke. That's my day one, though. I love her daily. Ms. Rod, K Money, and now you.
Kay is my mama. She thinks I'm her queen mother. Kay is my mama. I've adopted her as my mama. Yes, because my mother and so forth. Well, everybody's far away from me where I am. But no, she's a stand-up lady. I saw what she did was to present. She presents people. And if you look, everywhere you look, she's pulling somebody up and dropping a link and presenting them. And like our great, sacred, peaceful warrior says, Mr. GMJ himself, I gave you that one for free. Y'all listening to me out there? I hope they are. Gave you that one for free. And this going on between myself and you, sister, nobody's paying me for this. And I know you rarely ever get a PayPal payment or whatever that Cash App thing. I know you're not getting a whole bunch of anything for this. And guess what? We're giving them this one for free.
Let me put my Cash App in there. Okay, she want me to drop the link. Let
We giving them, they just got this for free. Now, in my dealings in the world, I'm at the level professionally. White folks know, don't even come to my face unless you got your checkbook. And I'm not signing your papers. You sign my contract. I'm legal. My paperwork is legal. They don't play with me. I sit at boardroom tables. I don't care if they like me because they hate my guts, but I cut the mustard. I have something they don't have and that they can't copy. God is good. Do you hear me? It ain't about religion. Yeah.
I think Ms. Ryder died right to speak to you whenever she comes on up.
Yeah, and everybody needs support. All of you guys, UK Money, all of you doing this work, you've got to have enough ducats, filthy lucre, money, whatever they want to call it, to buy purchase what is necessary to keep the work going. Nobody's giving you equipment and all this stuff for free. People need to get off it. This is, nothing is free, right? And when I did my work, everything came out of my pocket until I established myself, and then I started calling my price, naming my price. And if they don't have the price, they don't get the work. They don't get the work.
Y'all can donate $1. $1 adds up. I'm not greedy. This channel, we don't make no money. I'm not monetized. We put my cash.
There's no money to be made there. There's no money to be made on these channels. No, not really. You know, you make a little something. But that's it.
Dig on Mother Love. Go ahead.
I love her. I love her. Hi. I got to say hi to her. I love her.
Somebody tell me who I'm listening to, because you know I hate to keep repeating myself from blind to back.
This is Ride or Die. I met you at K Money's page.
Is that my girl, Ryan?
Yes, it's me. How are you?
Oh my God, my sister.
I've been listening for a couple of days. Yeah, I've been listening.
Voice.
I love to hear you talk.
Ryan, you know what this feels like? Like you came from the house, from maybe Kay's house, and jumped off the porch and said, I think I see Sister Black Star down there. Let me go get this girl and bring her home. She can't see.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I just wanted to say,
sister. I enjoy my chats with you on when I come into a chat, and the other family members. Yes.
Yes.
That's my food. That's my nourishment. You guys are my vitamins, my supplements.
Yes. I love you. Yeah. I know we got to live off of more than coffee and no sleep. I know that much.
Girl, please. If they saw what it looked like in the morning, it wasn't this cute little creature sitting in front of you. It was like the portrait of Dorian Gray. You know, the portrait he kept in the attic. Oh my Lord! I went past the mirror, and the mirror said, "Don't even look." I headed to the bathroom.
I just really been cleaning most of the day, a little at a time, because being in the dark for 6 days, you cut lights on, you do see the house look dirty because you're running around in the dark. But I just wanted to give a comment to what you guys were talking about on
yes, ma'am.
I love him so much. But also another one that's good to research and go back on is Dick Gregory.
Yes, I lectured with Gregory at Whole Life Expo.
I love Bowman. I love Bowman. I love him. I love Bowman. Dick Gregory as well. Yeah. And it's like when we say nothing has changed, we still don't control nothing. Even as large a population that we are, we don't control nothing. I mean, I learned so much from living in a Republican state this week, more than I've learned in school. Okay? Here it is. They got so much power. Yes. I'm not a racist. Let me disclaim that. I'm not a racist. But they got so much power, these white people, that you could cut the doggone lights off in a whole effing state.
What is that telling you? Guess what, sister? Get ready for what is coming. They can turn it off in the whole country. And the time is coming. The time is now. It's close by. Stay awake, people. when they turned the lights off. Remember what they did, Louisiana, sister, with Hurricane Katrina?
Yes.
They made sure that they didn't fix that dam. And they made sure that they did not give those people who were on meds to keep them from acting crazy. For 2 weeks, they did not deliver the meds for those people. They knew what they were going to do. And when they turned the lights off in that stadium, there was no backup, no auxiliary, no nothing, but that was in the plan. And do you see what we did? We went straight to animal nature. So guess what? When they turned it off, and the whole United States, you all get ready to brace yourself for whatever is necessary for you to do. And it's
the reason why they let that levee break was because they had some valuable land that they wanted.
Yes,
I went back out there and I did not even know where I was at. I was like, what is this? Everything is brand new. A lot of the people, half of the people who owned their houses did not have insurance.
Yes.
So they just took it as a loss. All they did was relocate them, give them welfare benefits, a little of nothing. And those that did have insurance, whether it was paid up or they still owed or whatever, they gave them a little of nothing, a portion of their own insurance money.
Yes.
And the insurance didn't include flooding. It didn't include flooding. So
FEMA camps. And I'm reiterating on the word camps, concentration camp, reservations. You hear where this thing is going? We need to wake up. So if you're out there twerking, twerk that. And guess what? We love them, but you got to cut the foolishness out. We love you, but you got to stop. We're at the brink. We're at the end of an epoch. Alpha and Omega. Omega we're just about at the tip of Omega. This realm is over. We need to get ready.
I was thinking, and I was like, I survived in my house for 3 days with no lights, no water, no nothing. I'm a survivor because I know survival skills that I learned in New York from 9/11. So it was like, I put blankets and all that stuff in my dog's cage, so he was warm. I was good. I had on coats, and people out here don't have on coats. You know, I see this little bit of snow. I'll be like, this ain't no winter. But when you don't have no heat, no water, I had hot water with no electricity. You believe that? I was like, my tank must be full for when they cut it off. So I steamed up my whole bathroom and kept my room warm for at least a couple of hours from the steam from the water to the water had to recook, and it couldn't recook because, there was no electricity. But I steamed up the bathroom,
Yeah. The poisoning of the water in, what was it, Flint, Michigan?
Yes.
All intentional. We have children who are brain damaged, and if they dare to have children, their children will be brain damaged with all kinds of other internal stuff happening. Yeah, this is the plan, a part of the plan. We don't have time to act stupid as a people and be in denial. We don't have time. And some of our leaders, many of them, one in particular who's at the forefront now of leadership and who's in great distress because he dared to step forward, has said, he had to wake up to this. Can't take everybody with us. Moses spent 40 years with those idiots running around in circles in the desert after he went through all he had to do to free him. Now, anytime you go up in the mountains and you looking all right with your brown hair, black hair, whatever it is, and you come out a little while later, you completely gray.
Hey, from head to toe.
Right.
Head to toe. But like the things like I was watching Baldwin, and the way she was trying to see if she can like come back, she had to give up because she couldn't win with him. She couldn't win. He was very calm because normally I love it because he's always getting excited and doing what he do. I love that kind of passion.
That's what I was telling T. he can tear you down. He can take you down, and in such an eloquent and elegant way.
Yes.
He can get on you, and you can't get him off. But he with her, I thought
he
that
was
was
using
beautiful.
kid gloves. He was using really kid gloves with her, and I was like, "Wow, he do know how to talk to women. What?"
And he was so graceful.
Yes.
Did you see now and then when she was getting out of control, he would lean in, but he would only lean but so far. Yeah. One time I think he touched her hand. He had to because that was a calming effect. Because she was getting ready to go off. She had wrung her elbow, her wrist all around.
Yeah, I saw her rubbing on her hands, and but when she was
right,
I knew she was done when she lit his cigarette. When she lit his cigarette, she was done. She was like, "I'm trying to go find." She said, "I need to come another road because I can't win this fight. I'm just going to give up and bow out gracefully and light your cigarette for you." I was like, "Damn, he didn't light her cigarette." I said, "Oh, he ain't gonna light her cigarette because she now know who's boss." She lit. I was like, a lot of things that the signs and symbols that we see, you have to open your mind and really see these signs and symbols. That's why we as a culture, we can't get on the same page because we're all not awake. We all like growing up, right? I know everybody mom did this. If you were in a black household, your mom did this. Your mom say something, you dragging your feet. All she had to do was give you that look. And you was like, "Oh, okay.
That's
okay.
all.
That's on code. That look was the code, okay?" Just
Everybody
like with Malcolm X. Just like with Malcolm X. When Malcolm X was at the hospital, when the brother had got hurt, beat up and stuff, he could command with his look and his symbol. His symbol was, "We can leave now," pointing his finger. And what did they say? How could one man have that much power? That was the purpose of them killing him. That was the purpose of them killing him. That unspoken word. People are running around looking for a leader. We're all running around looking for who's going to lead us, who's going to lead us. You lead yourself. Stay on code. Look at the signs and the symbols.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's all I can say. I am so grateful for what you just said. Always looking for somebody else to do the job. You are encoded with the information from ancient of days.
Absolutely.
Do what you are supposed to be doing and get your barnacle behind off of the rest of our backs. You cannot ride here.
When I went to Mexico and I went to see the Mayan ruins, and I said, how could these people who only stood, the tallest was maybe 5 feet. How these people built such a massive, stuff that they built, the ruins. How could they build like something like that? And there was no water around because it was damn near 110 degrees when I went there, about to die. It was so hot.
You had to be in Chichen Itza.
I went to the one in Mexico, Camazal.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You were in Chichen Itza was the city you were in. And that was the Kukulkan pyramid.
So I got online and looked it up on YouTube. And these people actually broke it down. The white man, he tried to break it down to say how it was actually built. And I was like, no way. Because if our people had that kind of engineering back then, of course we are the superior race. Because this is where it ties in. This is where it ties in at. This is where it ties in at to where it ties into where they sit up there and they say, "Oh, well, these black people, now that we stop slavery, beating the bunk harder. Now that they stop slavery, what's next? So now all these black people need jobs and they do better jobs than we do. Let's form a union to keep the black people out of getting these jobs after they done taught you all these years." You see what I'm saying? After they done taught you all these years. So now you want to take away the knowledge that we taught you and use it against us. It's just so many things. when they took skilled trades out, when I was going to high school in the 80s and early 80s, I had engineering, automotive, electricity classes, plumbing classes, all those things. But as our kids got there, the next generation,
that's right.
Here it is. They want you to go pay for other schools that's not even dealing in your high school. They want you to pay for the skills trade because the skills trades are owned by the unions.
Right.
And the unions is owned by the mob.
Right.
Okay.
And that was in those days, they were called vocational schools, weren't they, sister?
Yes.
Vocational
yes,
schools.
Right. You got to pay to go to a vocational school to learn a trade. But see, and it goes again to the education. Okay, what most black men, and they start from birth, what most black men don't like is a white person teaching them. That's why we needed to have our own schools so we can teach our children.
Thank you. Every one of our men.
That's why our kids are bored. That's why our kids are bored. I'm listening to this white teacher. She don't know nothing. She boring. She ain't making nothing exciting. You know, all she want to do is go to the bar and do some twerking later. You know, so we use these different things, and you know, the young kids today was bored in school. They falling asleep in school. The teacher just going about her day. She gets paid whether you learn or not.
Or not.
Whether you learn or not, she gets paid.
That's right.
The teachers union is one of the strongest unions in the country. The teachers union.
The teachers union.
But we don't have enough black teachers. We don't have enough black teachers, you know, and to get paid at the rate that these Jew women get paid. You a teacher and you 90-something years old still. You're not giving the youth a chance to come up and get these good jobs because you just don't want to let it go. It should be a cap. 80 years old, you shouldn't be working.
And then, you know, they call it the crony system, and then they bring one of their own in after she keels over.
Right.
But you know,
exactly.
You know the answer. You know the answer to that. We get right back to self. We have so many skills among us now. We are not all of us are sitting around doing the dummy stuff. There are many of us with great gifts and skills and professions. Every
one of my
single one of
adopted
us
sons,
who has that available to us need to be out there bringing in the youth, creating situations and places and spaces and passing that on. This is not the beast's responsibility. He is a beast. He's acting within his character, and I salute him for that. He's not trying to be anything else but a beast. God bless his soul. But he doesn't have
one of my adopted sons. You know, one of my adopted sons just opened up.
Do that. He's not going to do it for you. So all of those of us who have these skills, this is what you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
And many of us have dedicated our lives to doing it. We continue to do it. We do it until we drop. And you can go on YouTube right now and ask for a list of all of those Black people who have contributed this and contributed that. Google it, and they will tell, that machine will tell you who is out there, what we have done, who has the skill, who don't. And you don't even have to word it a special way. Say a few words, and Wikipedia will give you all kinds of information.
Oh, but I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah.
Google ain't gonna tell you but so much. He ain't gonna tell you so much of the white man's business.
And guess what? They
because
have
he
to
be minding my business all day. He be minding my business all day.
Right. And they understand, like I said, this is the beast. That's his job. And it's not his job to give you anything. It's his job to keep you from getting everything. So he's doing his job. He's doing his job very well. It is our job to take care of us. You know, Creator is allowing us to suffer for a while because we have become disconnected.
When I had no life.
Once we got it, we can head on back to the glory that, you know, the grand glory that we had. But
I'm gonna tell you,
we have. Go ahead, honey. I'm getting a little echo. So
we got 10 minutes left. I got I got an appointment in the morning.
Okay, but let me say, when I didn't have any lights for those few days that I was home, I actually felt free. I felt free. I didn't have to worry about the phones ringing. I didn't have to worry about the computer system watching me, all the technology that we have around us, and that listening devices and all that stuff. I actually felt free. You know what I'm saying? I opened up my windows and God's sunlight came in through the windows during the day, warmed me up, and I was like capable of still sustaining myself.
No, Ms. Rod, what about the son you get ready to say?
Huh?
You was ready to talk about your other son.
Oh. One of my adopted sons, that I raised, he just opened up a black bodega in the community.
Go ahead.
A black grocery store. First black grocery store in the neighborhood. And, everybody's, supporting. And he has a nail salon. His brother bought the nail salon next door to it. So it's about being entrepreneurial. And he lives in California. But yeah, he built it in New York, in the Bronx, where he grew up at. So, everybody's coming out to support it because we got Arabs holding down 4 corners of an entire city block. Which crazy. How do you do that? And then you have the big grocery stores, grocery stores with all the expensive stuff in it because they know you're gonna go and buy where you are. So why not have something for us, by us in our own community?
Oh my God. So proud of him.
I'm so proud of him.
Only we can give it. They're not going to give up 1 inch. We have to create the space and go on in there and do it. They're not going to give us anything once we get that. But I think that until we suffer, just a little longer, just a little bit longer.
You know what they had the nerve to say?
Yeah, we're not getting it yet. We're not getting it. We have fallen in love with being. And so we might have to suffer a little bit longer.
They had the nerve to say that we're lazy and looking for handout. Excuse me, I pay my bills on time, whether I use it or not. When we up here in the middle of a COVID epidemic, you didn't hesitate to take my property tax money from me. Okay? And I ain't talking about a couple of thousand, 5,000 and some change at the end of the year for property. So for you to sit up there and say that we're looking for handouts, we look at that little $600 you gave me, I barely could pay the electricity bill with that, okay?
That's right.
So they sit up there and they sit there and nitpick. So President Biden, I don't really care. It was a toss-up between two devils. I didn't really care, but he sat up there and he signed the paperwork. He signed the paperwork to give Texas relief. It's sitting in the ghetto in a warehouse. What good is that to us? When are you going to distribute?
The same happened with Katrina. I had friends who loaded up cars who were, at the time I was up teaching in Ithaca. Cornell University had called me up to create some programs for youth in a Black ghetto in Ithaca. And we sent trucks filled with medicines and clothing and food, non-perishable foods down there to Louisiana. Guess what? They wouldn't allow the trucks to come in. We even clean water. They backed them up and stuff was left standing on the highway for days and days and days. And then most of those trucks had to turn around and come on back up to New York.
Let me say, my community that I lived in, I'm the president of the HOA. So there was a crisis going on, I think in Louisiana again. There was another hurricane that hit there. No, it was in Houston. My community, approximately 15 boats. They got boats in their driveway, okay? 15 boats went out there to help rescue people going on the coast of Houston and parts of that border, Virginia and stuff, but they had that really bad rain and stuff. So don't say that the community doesn't have money. The community only want to work with themselves.
Yes.
But then you have to go outside of the community. Let me tell you, I was like shocked. I said, wow, they built another Family Dollar over here, another one, and there's one like 5 blocks down. They making these big franchise stores like they corner stores up in here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Right. So the retailers are making way more money. So nobody don't have to walk so nobody don't have to drive. Like, really? I mean, I can actually walk to both of these stores, and I don't walk nowhere because it's always too hot. But the point I'm trying to make is, in the population areas where people are poorer, they only have one store, and that one store gets all their money. These people out here believe it's spreading it around and let the whole franchise get money. Oh, we got a Family Dollar here. We're going to put a Dollar General over there. Walking distance of each other. Walmart. There's a Walmart damn near on every 3 corners out here.
That's right.
A neighborhood
That's right.
Walmart. So, you know, they're monopolizing. So that's the problem that Texas is having. One company called Encore is monopolizing the way to give us electricity. Everybody else, they said, oh, everybody else, people got to pay $4,000 or $5,000 for the electricity. The bills are coming out like crazy.
Yes,
and we didn't have no electricity, $7,000. They said, if you owe, you want to pay for sure. We not doing no deferred payment.
We're on the brink of something very ugly.
Exactly.
There won't be a whole bunch of people who survive it.
A lot of people was like, oh, this is the beginning of the ice age. You let the Texans tell you. You let the Texans tell you, oh, we in the beginning of an ice age. I'm like, you got less than 3 feet of snow on the floor and you talk about an ice age. Come up north when we get blizzards.
If you ever lived in New York City, we had a blizzard a week in it.
I lived in New York.
Okay.
I have a condo in Long Island.
Okay. I have one son who lives in Long Island, and I've lived all over the city, up in the Bronx, up in Washington Heights, in Harlem, out in Brooklyn.
Me too. I lived in all the boroughs, all the boroughs.
Yes, me too. Yeah. Well, you know, traveling people. So
and then I had to leave all that to come to move to Texas just to be cold for 5 days. I tell you.
Yeah. So we look, blizzards. You know how we would get that embankment of snow that would run upside a wall and be taller than your head. We got out and we only did what we had to do anyway. Some of us would actually walk miles and miles to work down the center.
My mom and my sister, we did that,
because the buses couldn't run. And and they would expect you to get to work for some reason. And don't be 5 minutes late, you'll be down. And you coming through a blizzard. But we knew how to we were used to that kind of cold, so we knew how to how to get through that kind. And for us, it was like, and they were saying, "Oh my God, it's down to Texas." It was down to, I think they said 15 degrees or something.
No,
we can live 10 below zero, easy.
I know, but it was like I'm gonna tell you the difference. The difference when it's cold out here, it's really cold. Right. And we got down to 3 degrees. Now that we haven't went under 3 degrees. But what it is that there's no high buildings. So you get in this cold weather. In New York, we have the big high-rise buildings blocking a lot of that weather.
We had buffers. Right. That's right. That's right.
And they got nobody house is taller than 2 stories. Okay. We're talking about 2-story houses out here.
Yeah, they have the sway factor. Into the structures. It's built for heavy impact. So yes, you're absolutely right. Absolutely.
So we was complaining because here it is, Trump spent millions and billions of dollars on a freaking wall, but yet you could have spent that money on restoring piping in a lot of these states. All these old pipings and stuff like that. You spend billions of dollars on a wall, and your best friend, Mr. Ted Cruz, gonna go and jump over the border. They kicked him out. That's how they found out he was there. Then people like, oh no, you want to build walls and shit? You got to go.
Isn't he a slob? Well, look, one of the women who was a part of the insurrection that went in there and did all the pooping and peeing all over the Capitol and acted like they were still in a cave. One of them went before a judge to be charged. And she said that she had prepaid for a trip to Cancun before she went in and did all her stuff in the White House. Guess what? The judge released her. Her behind is in Cancun now. She was allowed to go to Mexico.
But let me tell you what happened was Ted Cruz's wife, best friend, turned his ass in. She turned him in. She was like, oh, we sitting up here freezing cold and he's going to run off to Mexico. Because the wife in her was texting, oh, we having a beautiful day in Mexico, Cancun, da, da, da.
Yeah.
She was like, oh, really? And y'all left knowing that we was in a state of emergency? She contacted, she put it on blast. That's one thing, them white people, they'll tell on each other, though.
Yeah.
My lovely,
he's a trifling piece of work.
We have to come to an end. We will pick up tomorrow. We will be here tomorrow. I told you what might be
Girl,
the
can't do it every day.
huh?
Peace and love, everybody. Until tomorrow.
What you said?
I said peace and love, y'all.
Hey,
Until tomorrow.
Ride, Sister
Yes, ma'am.
Ride, I sure enjoyed being with you again.
I love listening to you talk.
Hopefully she'll be back up here tomorrow. And
Or
then
when I get online, I'm going to steal it too.
And then I want to talk about the 8 reasons why, not tomorrow, but the 8 reasons why not to date a single woman that have kids. Y'all gotta hear these 8 reasons. We're gonna be tackling a lot of things in a day. Make your boy distract. Yes, we will watch.
This is cute. This is so cute because I am so far out of that realm. I hope I can get current with you. I'm so way out of that realm. Yeah.
I'm way out. I ain't dating 30 years.
Anybody like me who even the change of life is over. That was 35 years ago. I'm done with all that stuff, with the dating and the women and the kids and all this other stuff. But so I'm gonna have to stick with you youngins and see how you'll handle this.
Yeah, because I ain't been in the dating game and
it's
so
like
long.
another
What's
planet
that?
for me at this time. Yeah,
it's right.
Hello,
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
right. It's another planet for me. I don't even know what the women are buying in the pharmacy for their monthly. I have no idea about this stuff anymore. That's like another era. Another incarnation. But hey, I'm gonna ride with and see what we can do.
Okay,
so funny.
I'm gonna listen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna listen.
My
What
sister,
you say,
I love
Miss
you.
T? I love you too.
Oh,
Sister
thank you so much.
Tony T, what you saying, Tony? She ain't saying nothing, so we can just talk. Tony, what's her name? Tony.
Tony T, Sugar Love. Wait, where are you, my dear? Did she drop out of the chat? She didn't turn the equipment off. She might just have. Really?
Good night, Foot Soldier. Yes, she about to finish. It's just us. Because see, she can cut the YouTube off and we still can talk. Yeah, we still can talk.
Oh, I see what it is. Yeah, well, look, I'm just going to power up my broom. That's the only transportation I have. Yeah. I'm involved with all that other stuff. I have a dirt devil. Girl, that'll take you all the way back to Mexico to see that pyramid.
What?
A vacuum cleaner. I don't use the old broom anymore with the straws. I got a vacuum cleaner.
I hear you.
I guess we could duck out anytime we want. We could probably just kiss and say goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
if she's going on, I hope she's okay. Because we put out some energy there just a few minutes ago, and I hope it didn't overpower the little.
Oh no,
sister.
she's still there, right? She's still there. Foot Soldier said she's still there, and more people coming in. But I'm gonna leave and drop off because it's the time.
Yes, you and I too, because I do have a life. I have so many things on my drawing board. I'm still creating and writing programs I do a lot of the work, by WhatsApp and emails and all that kind of stuff. I still work with major institutions doing what I've always done. I just don't require that contact with people a lot anymore. But
like you said, I'm a monk too. I don't really leave the house much. I'm very recluse.
Isn't it beautiful?
And because I like peace of mind. I like peace of mind. I like order. I like order.
The energy out here is so nasty. It's not good for sensitive people like us. We have to know when to come in and come out of the world and get away from them.
Because with electricity, a lot of people was like, oh, their houses got broken into. I'm like, that's a blatant lie. because everybody had a neighbor. I was the last neighbor to leave, but I was only down the road. I came by all the time. So nobody houses in my community got broken into or anything like that. But you know, they doing for insurance purposes. They're going overboard because if my refrigerator food was still good after 5 days of no electricity, how did all your food in your house spoil when it was freezing outside? If you had a freezer in the garage, it was ice cold. Please believe me.
And you mean to tell me those people don't know how to take your food and put it in a plastic bag or a pillowcase and put it in the snow?
Well, you know, we have some wild animals. We have wild animals and stuff roaming around. And stuff.
They come and get it.
But yeah.
Or
but
sit out
you
there
know,
with a baseball
still, you could just put it in the garage. You could have put it in the garage. It would have stayed cold. The garage is freezing.
I hear you.
It's cold. Yeah, it's
My
cold.
mother used to put big pots of collard greens out on the terrace where we lived up in the Bronx when it was freezing cold because we didn't have enough room in the refrigerator. You know, holidays. Them greens would have a layer of ice on them in the morning when we took the pot in the house to heat the stuff up.
When I lived in the Bronx, all we did was when we had a blackout in the summertime, everybody the same. We just got the grills fired up. Everybody bought their food that was melting put it on the grill, and we ate like that. You know,
and we were used to rolling blackouts in New York.
If I would have got to the point to where I felt that I was getting frostbite, I would have fired up my grill, you know, because I survived 9/11. I know a lot about how to stay safe. You know what I'm saying? And to maintain until you get help. You know, I had the astronaut bedding covers and stuff. You know, I gave out a lot of I'm gonna do that live when I get a chance. I want to show people what to do when a natural disaster happens. You know, because you said, sister,
they don't know what to do.
Else is
they'll
coming.
drop dead.
Something else
they'll
is
drop
coming.
dead just for the sheer weight of fear of what's happening to them. You know, drink muddy water and sleep in a hollow log.
People are like, oh, you got so much water. Every time I go to the store, I get 2 cases of water. Every time. 2 cases of water, compost, 2 cases of water. The water only costs $3. Why wouldn't you get 2? If they put a minimum on it, why wouldn't you get 2? I would go there every day if I needed to and get 2. Now look what happened. You can't even drink the water. We can't even drink the water. We gotta boil the water. You gotta boil the water to take a shower. So you know how much water you gotta boil to wash up in the sink or the tub? And you can't drink it. You can't cook with it. You know, our water was contaminated. I'm like, well, I got plenty of bottled water. I could sustain myself and maybe a couple other people. I can get them a case of water, a piece or whatever.
Yes.
The cases of
and
water.
we don't know about stuff in our medicine cabinet that will help clean and purify that water so that it doesn't hurt you. A couple of drops of peroxide in your water. It's not going to hurt you, but it will clean that water.
But they so dumb. They drank Clorox because Trump told them to drink Clorox. And people better go sit down somewhere. But you got to know your survival skills because you know it's not. Your body goes into fight or flight mode. Okay, so my body was in fight mode. I mean, I just had surgery. I just had surgery on my back last week, so my body was in fight mode. I said I'm fighting not to catch pneumonia. Coat on, joggers clothes on, with all kind of winter stuff I have in here that I brought from New York. I had on blankets, lay it up on my bed. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So people sit up there. People sit up there and they like, oh, it's the ice age. What ice age? And guess what? I went outside today. My girlfriend came by today. Not a piece of ice, not a piece of snow, and it was 70 degrees outside today.
I hear that.
This morning, 70 degrees. But this last week, with no heat and no lights, it was brick. Frost people were getting frostbite. Nobody had gloves. Seriously? I tell you. I had gloves on, hat on, do-rag on, knitted cap on, some more stuff. 2 pairs of socks on.
My Lord. Well, an old Hungarian lady once said to me, she thought I was a gypsy. Well, I am. They named me Gypsy at 2 years old because they saw what was going to happen with me. But she guessed it. She was another Taurus. Old Hungarian lady. And she told me they cannot work up a good pee at the brewery with all that beer. So we got a lot of people who can't work up a good pee at the brewery with all that beer available. Now that's bad. That's really bad, because most of what we need is out here somewhere. They don't know how to tear a piece of sheet or cloth or t-shirt to make a tourniquet.
Exactly.
You know,
people say they didn't have no water, so like plenty of time. You taking you just pour water down the toilet. Oh, she back. Oh, she throwing us off now for real.
I was not. I was just enjoying y'all
I hear that.
Out. Listen,
I hear you. Well, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna have to put. Yeah, I'm gonna have to really turn this phone off and let it charge naturally.
Yes.
Because for the last hour almost, I've been talking while I'm charging it. And you know that gives it like a burnout. It's hot as fire. But let me give you two sisters this. I don't do this too often. Let me just do this one as we go out. May peace be with you till we meet again. When we reach that distant shore and we study one no more, may he give you strength to endure till we meet again. Okay, ladies, shalom.
Ashe, my sister. Ashe. Good night.
I love you.
Tomorrow, 6:30, 6:30, same channel, same that time. So
Got you, darling.
Hopefully, like I said, that's what we're looking on discussing. Unless I find something a little bit more juicier, that would be discussion for tomorrow. If we're gonna do Black History Month, we're gonna do it our way. And it started out with hate. It wasn't about the visitors. It wasn't about all the gymnasts that, oh my goodness, she did a different move in gymnastics, and no, it started out with hate. That is our Black history. It continues to be hate. So that's why I want to show you how they have felt. That's why I want to go back. Sometimes I got to go back 50, 60. If I can find a 1931, I'll be one happy camper. But thank you, Mother Love.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Appreciate you coming, bringing your wisdom and your knowledge. Thank you, Ms. Rod, for coming up, and my sister, Dr. Amira, and next time,
Sister Mathis.
Sister Mathis, she'll get here a little bit early. If you can, whatever you missed, check the rerun, skip, fast forward, or whatever. But please check out the rerun, because every night is powerful.
Yes.
Every night and it's not because of the videos that we're watching, it's the way that we're breaking it down so you can understand. Especially yesterday, if a lot of more younger girls would have been around and heard how we broke it down, they would have probably been like, oh yeah, I did tell this man he don't have to do nothing, and I got it, and I buy my own steak and all this other stuff. And we was like, no, I bet you she didn't say that now, but I see you. I have to go to the doctor in the morning. That's why, because I could do it all night, maybe no problem. But I see you guys. I thank all of you, my people in the bushes. I thank all you guys for coming in here. Thank you, Ms. Rod. Thank you, chat. Thank you for Soldier and everybody else. Until next time, peace.
Peace.
Ashe.
We're out. Ashe. Hasta mañana. Hasta mañana.
Hasta mañana.